Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. Chapter 1. The Dip Between Mountains. I still listen for what doesn't turn on. That sounds harmless until you realize what it means. It means I don't trust silence the way other people do. It means if I flip a switch and the fan doesn't kick on, if I run a faucet and the pipes don't answer back, some primitive part of me tightens like a fist. Because the last time something didn't start, it wasn't a minor inconvenience. It was a warning. Back then, I didn't know I'd carry that kind of listening into the rest of my life. I didn't know I'd become the kind of person who can't sleep in a new place without mapping every sound it makes, without memorizing what's normal, so I'll recognize what isn't. If you'd met me before that trip, you would have called me cautious, practical, a little anxious maybe. The type to lock the front door twice, then joke about it so nobody thinks I scared. My brother Johnny would have rolled his eyes and said I worried too much. He was 3 years older than me and had the confidence of someone who'd always been bigger, louder, and just lucky enough. Johnny didn't get nervous. He got focused. He got stubborn. He lived like the world was mostly predictable if you paid attention. That's why we ended up in northern Montana with a full tank of gas and a cabin key that felt too cold in my hand. It was late September, shoulder season, the time of year when the tourist crowds thin and the forests start to feel like they belong to themselves again. Johnny had gotten the rental through a guy at his work, someone who said it was a family place. Been in the family forever, he'd told Johnny. Real quiet. You guys will love it. Quiet was the pitch. Quiet as if it was a feature and not a risk. We left before dawn from Johnny's place in Spokane. His truck still smelled like last weekend's fishing trip, wet canvas and old sunscreen, and the cab was littered with the kind of stuff outdoorsy guys collect without noticing headlamp straps. A half-empty tub of trail mix, a roll of paper towels, a pocket knife that didn't belong to either of us. Johnny drove the first stretch, one hand on the wheel, the other drumming a rhythm on the door panel. He sang along to classic rock with the volume turned up like the music could keep the highway awake. I drank burnt gas station coffee and tried not to think about how quickly cell service had dropped to 1 bar and then none as we pushed deeper into the state. We stopped at a Sinclair just off a county road and refueled beneath a big green dinosaur logo faded by sun. Inside, the cashier barely looked up from his phone. The air smelled like hot dogs that had been rotating too long and that sweet chemical cleaner that never quite erases old grease. Johnny bought beef jerky and a bag of sour gummy worms like he was 16. He tossed me a bottle of water. Hydrate, he said, mock serious. We're gonna be in the wilderness. You know where there are no doctors and you die if you twist an ankle. Please, I said. You'd just carry me out like a hero. Johnny snorted. I'd drag you. Don't flatter yourself. The windshield was already a graveyard of bugs. Montana highways do that to you. By midday, the glass had turned into a smeared collage of tiny bodies and dried guts, and the wipers only spread it wider when Johnny finally hit the washer fluid. The landscape slowly shifted from town edges to long stretches of emptiness, fence lines running toward the horizon, rolling fields turning into scrub, then into thickening trees that started to swallow the road. We passed a weathered sign that said "Entering Bear Country" with a cartoon bear that looked more friendly than it had any right to. Johnny pointed at it. See, you've been waiting your whole life for this, he said. To be eaten by a bear. I forced a laugh. Don't. You brought the spray, he asked like he already knew the answer. In the back. Where I can't reach it while the bear is chewing on me. Johnny grinned. We'll be fine." He said it the way people say it when they want the universe to agree. As the afternoon dragged on, the road narrowed. The lane markings disappeared. Then the asphalt ended and turned to gravel with a hard, loud crunch under the tires. The truck rocked over washboard bumps, dust rising behind us in a long tail. We passed a few faded no trespassing signs nailed crookedly to trees, and then nothing at all but pines and sky. My phone couldn't find a signal. It didn't even pretend anymore. The screen just sat there with that little searching icon like a shrug. "Think of it like a reset," Johnny said, glancing over. "No notifications. No doom scrolling. Just trees. Just trees," I repeated, and tried to make it sound like I believed it. The cabin was farther out than I expected. The directions had been written down like an afterthought: turn left at the cattle gate, stay right at the fork. If you hit the creek, you went too far. Real estate directions, the kind that assume you're from the area or you've been there before. Johnny slowed at a fork in the track and leaned forward, squinting like he could read the land. "This feels right," he said. It didn't feel like anything to me. It just felt like we'd driven into a place that didn't need us. The trail dipped hard, and the cabin appeared suddenly tucked into a pocket between mountain shoulders, like it had been dropped there and forgotten. It sat low, half hidden by trees, the roof dark with needles. There was no open clearing, no lawn. Just a small, uneven yard, and a few big rocks that looked like they'd been there since the last ice age. The cabin itself was old, but sturdy rectangular logs, a porch that sagged slightly at the steps. A stone chimney that looked like it had been built by someone patient. Vines had tried to take one corner, but someone had cut them back. The windows were small and dark, reflecting the trees like the cabin was wearing the forest as a mask. "See," Johnny said. "Perfect." I climbed out, and the cold hit me again. Different out here, cleaner, sharper. It smelled like pine and damp earth and something faintly metallic like pennies warmed in your hand. As soon as my boots hit the ground, I noticed how quiet it was. Not no birds quiet. Not that unnatural horror movie quiet. Just insulated. Like the mountains pressed in around the place and kept the world out. The porch boards creaked under our weight. The screen door slapped shut behind us with a soft, sharp sound that made me think of a mouth closing. Inside the cabin smelled like old wood and cold stone, and a lingering hint of smoke, like a memory of fires rather than a fresh one. Dust motes hung in the slanting light from the windows, drifting slowly like they had nowhere to be. There was a small living room with a stone fireplace and a couch that had seen better decades. A little kitchen with mismatched mugs hanging on hooks. 2 bedrooms off a short hallway. 1 bathroom. Everything functional, nothing modern. No smart thermostat, no keypad lock, no glossy Airbnb touches. It felt like someone's actual family cabin, used repaired, kept alive by habit. Johnny dropped our packs with a satisfying thud. "Home, sweet home," he said, and stretched his arms like he owned it. I walked through the cabin the way I always do in a new place, like I'm checking it for hidden cameras, even though I know that's ridiculous. I opened closets. I looked behind doors. I checked the corners of rooms with my eyes, not my hands, pretending it was just curiosity. In the back bedroom, the window latch was loose. Not broken exactly, just not catching right. I lifted it, tried to close it again. It clicked halfway, then slid free with a soft, metallic sound. "Hey," I called. "This latch doesn't." Johnny appeared behind me, already annoyed in that older brother way. He grabbed the latch, wiggled it, then shoved it down harder. "It's fine," he said. "It's an old cabin." "It doesn't lock," I said. Johnny shrugged. "Who's out here?" That was always his logic, and it usually worked. I stared at the window for a second longer than necessary. Outside was nothing but trees, tight pines pressed close, their needles dark and still. It wasn't a view so much as a wall. Whatever I said, and stepped away. We started unpacking, falling into the familiar rhythm of setting up camp, even when camp has walls and a roof. Johnny carried the cooler inside, grunting with exaggerated effort. I stacked firewood next to the fireplace. We argued about where to put the bags like it mattered. Johnny unfolded a paper map on the kitchen table and smoothed it down with his palm. It made a dry, crisp sound that seemed too loud in the cabin. He traced the lines with his finger. "So the loop trail starts here," he said. "And the main hike up to the ridge is here. 6 hours if we're not slow." "We're always slow," I said. "We're efficient," Johnny corrected. "We're deliberate." I snorted. "Deliberate is what you call it when you're tired." Johnny threw a gummy worm at me and missed. It hit the fridge with a soft smack and slid down. We laughed. It felt good. It felt like the trip we'd expected. The kind where the worst thing that happens is you forget the extra propane, or you get a blister that ruins your week. The light outside shifted, warming into that late afternoon gold that makes everything look softer than it is. Through the living room window, the trees glowed at their edges. Johnny went out to the truck to bring in the last bag. I followed, and as I stepped down from the porch, my sleeve brushed a nail head near the bottom step. Something snagged. I looked down and saw a thin orange fiber caught on the nail like a strand of thread. It was bright enough to stand out against the gray wood. Not a leaf, not pine needle. Something synthetic. Probably from a rope, I thought. Or a strap. Maybe from some old gear. It was so small it felt silly to notice. Still, I pinched it between my fingers and pulled. It came free with no resistance. For a second, it stuck to my fingertip. Then the breeze took it, and it floated away, tumbling like a tiny flag. I watched it drift until it vanished into the yard. Dude Johnny called from the truck. "You good?" "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Just splinter." Johnny laughed. "City boy." "Shut up," I said, and helped him carry the last bag inside. We moved around the cabin, turning it from empty building into place we're staying. Jackets hung on chairbacks, boots lined up by the door, a headlamp on the counter. The kind of clutter that makes you feel like you belong somewhere, even temporarily. Johnny found a stack of old board games in a cabinet and held up a battered deck of cards. "We could do poker night," he said. "Winner gets... I don't know." "The good sleeping bag." "You're not winning anything," I said. "We'll see," he replied. I went to the bathroom to wash my hands and paused with my fingers under the faucet. The water ran cold and clear, then warmed. The pipes made their normal settling noises, a little cough of air. I listened without realizing I was listening. Somewhere in the wall beneath the bathroom, I heard a faint whine. Not loud, not even consistent, just a soft, rhythmic sound, like something priming itself and failing, then trying again. It wasn't a squeak. It wasn't wind. It had a mechanical quality to it, like a small motor spinning. I leaned closer, ear tilted toward the wall. The whine came again, short, patient, almost polite, then stopped. I stared at the wall, suddenly aware of how old this cabin was. How many things could be wrong with it? A pump, maybe. The well system. It made sense. Rural plumbing has its own vocabulary of noises. Still, the sound had felt intentional. Like it was waiting for my attention. Johnny knocked on the bathroom door. "You alive in there?" "Yeah," I said, forcing my voice normal. I turned the faucet off and the pipes sighed. The whine didn't return. I shook my hands dry and walked back out, telling myself I was being weird. Telling myself I'd been driving all day, my brain was fried, and the woods were already getting inside my head. We decided to keep the first day light. No big hike. Just settle in, enjoy the scenery, maybe walk a short trail before dinner. Johnny poked around the porch, checking the firewood stack, looking at the sky like he could read the weather. I stood in the doorway and watched the tree line. Not because I expected anything, but because it felt like the kind of place where you should. The sun dipped lower, throwing long shadows through the trunks. The pocket of land the cabin sat in filled with evening faster than the world above it. The mountains started to cut the light off like a curtain being drawn. Johnny came back inside with that restless energy he always had when he'd been sitting too long. "I'm gonna take a quick walk," he said. "Just around, before it gets dark." He didn't grab a pack. He didn't grab the bear spray. He didn't grab the headlamp sitting right there on the counter like it was waiting for him. I looked at him, eyebrows raised. What he said already halfway to the door. "It's a loop. 20 minutes. Don't go far," I said. Johnny smirked. "You sound like Mom." "Johnny." He opened the screen door. It slapped lightly. Cold air rushed in. Johnny paused on the porch and turned back, grinning like this was all part of a joke. "If I get eaten by a bear," he said, "tell people I fought it." "Yeah," I said. "I'll tell them you tried to reason with it." He laughed and stepped down into the yard. For a second, he stood framed by the trees, the last gold light behind him, and he looked exactly like the kind of guy who always comes back. The kind of guy the world doesn't take. Then he turned and walked into the forest, and the pines closed behind him, the way they always do, quietly, like nothing had moved at all. I watched the spot where he disappeared a beat longer than I needed to. Then I went back inside, shut the door, and let myself believe we were alone. Chapter 1. The Dip Between Mountains. The cabin took the evening in faster than it should have. That's the first thing I remember about that part. How quickly the light seemed to drain out of the place. One minute, the living room was warm with late sun and floating dust. The next, it felt like the mountains had leaned in and pressed a lid over everything. The shadows thickened in the corners. The windows turned reflective. The woods outside didn't darken so much as they stopped showing anything at all. I told myself it was just the geography, a cabin in a dip, a bowl between slopes. Of course, the sun would disappear early. Of course, it would feel like the world was closing. Still, the shift in light did something to my body. It made me aware of the quiet again. It made me aware of the way the porch boards creaked in specific places and nowhere else. It made me aware that the only human voice out here was mine. I tried to keep it casual. I put another log on the fire. The flames caught and rolled up steady and orange like a promise. I kicked my boots off and sank back onto the couch with the kind of exhaustion that comes from driving for hours, eyes gritty, shoulders stiff, brain numb. Johnny's voice echoed faintly in my head, teasing me about sounding like Mom. I scrolled my phone out of habit even though I had no signal. The screen looked sterile, useless. I set it down, stared at the fireplace, and let the crackle pull me under. I must have dozed off. Not fully asleep, just that soft slide where time folds. I remember the heat on my shins, the smell of smoke and old pine, and then nothing for a while. No dreams, no thoughts, just a blank stretch like someone cut out a strip of film. When I came back to myself, the cabin had changed. The fire was lower, more ember than flame. The room was dim enough that shapes blurred at the edges. The windows had become black mirrors. In one of them, I could see my own reflection on the couch. Pale face, messy hair, that slightly stupid look you have when you wake up, not knowing where you are. For a second, I couldn't place the sound that pulled me up. It was the cabin settling, wood cooling, contracting. A faint pop from somewhere in the wall. Then another. I sat up and checked my phone. 7:18. The numbers didn't feel real at first. It was the kind of time that should still have a little blue in the sky. but the windows were dead black. No gradient, no hint of moonlight yet. Just the cabin lit from inside like a lantern dropped in a pit. Johnny had said 20 minutes. I listened for his boots on the porch. Nothing. I held my breath without meaning to, like I could catch a distant sound better if I was still. Nothing. I stood and walked to the front window. The glass reflected the firelight behind me. Beyond that, there was only darkness. The trees pressed up close. The yard disappeared after a few feet. The world ended where the cabin light couldn't reach. I tried to find the trail with my eyes, but there was nothing to latch onto. No markers, no path. Just layers of black. Johnny, I called, not loud, but loud enough. My voice sounded wrong in the cabin. Too sharp, too human. No answer. This is where my brain did what brains do. It started collecting worst-case scenarios like they were coupons. Bear country, a twisted ankle, a fall. And because we are who we are, because we are American men, raised on stories of dumb ways to die in the outdoors, my mind also went to the other thing, someone else out there. That thought was stupid. It was irrational. It was the kind of fear you feel when you're alone and your imagination needs a villain. Johnny had said, "Who's out here?" like the question was a joke. But I'd felt something earlier, hadn't I? Not a presence exactly. Not a sound. Just that subtle pressure you get when the world is bigger than you and you can't see the edges. I told myself it was nothing. Then I told myself I didn't have the luxury of waiting. I moved fast, suddenly wide awake. My hands found the day pack we'd dropped by the door. Headlamp elastic strap rough against my fingers. Flashlight heavy, reassuring. Bear spray, cold canister, safety tab. I hesitated, then grabbed my knife too, the small folding one I always carried. It felt ridiculous. If a bear wanted me, a little knife was just going to make me taste like courage. I shoved my feet back into my boots, didn't bother with laces, and stepped onto the porch. The cold hit me like a breath taken too close. It slid into my lungs and tightened my throat. My skin prickled. The night smelled cleaner than day pine pitch, damp earth, the faint mineral scent of cold rock. I swept the flashlight beam across the yard. It cut through the darkness like a blade. The light caught the porch post, the woodpile, the edges of tall grass. It didn't reach far. It made everything beyond the beam feel even blacker. I clicked on my headlamp, and the circle of light jumped with my heartbeat. It made my hands and the bear spray can look ghost pale. "Johnny," I called again, louder this time. My voice disappeared into the woods like it had been swallowed. I started down the path. At first the trail was easy, a narrow ribbon of packed dirt and scattered needles bordered by ferns and low brush. The crunch of my boots sounded obscene, too loud, too crisp. Every step felt like an announcement. I kept my light low and steady, trying not to blind myself with bounce. The headlamp halo lit the ground directly in front of me, and everything beyond that was suggestion. Trees became pillars. Shadows became rooms. Every gap between trunks looked like it could hold something. In the city, darkness is never complete. It's diluted by streetlights, by the glow of other people's lives. In the woods, like that darkness is a physical thing. It doesn't feel like the absence of light. It feels like a substance that fills the space. The air was cold enough that my breath showed. Every exhale turned into a small white cloud in the headlamp beam, like smoke leaving my mouth. I could hear it, the wet whisper of it. I tried to keep my thoughts practical. 10 minutes, I told myself. He's probably a little farther. He'll laugh when he sees how worried you are. He'll call you Mom again. I passed a fallen log and remembered Johnny mentioning it earlier, the fallen log around the bend. That made me feel better. Familiar landmark. proof that this wasn't endless wilderness, just a loop trail with a known shape. I kept going. My boot struck a stone and my ankle rolled slightly. Pain flashed up my leg, sharp and quick, and my entire body reacted like a trapped animal. I froze, heart thudding, light swinging. For a second, I expected something to answer that sound. Nothing did. I forced myself to breathe. I adjusted my stance, tested my ankle. Fine. Just a reminder of how fragile we are out here. I started walking again, slower now, listening harder. That's when the feeling started. It wasn't a sound. It wasn't a sight. It was a shift in my attention, like my brain had noticed something my eyes hadn't. The woods behind me felt occupied. I stopped. The silence was heavy, not peaceful, heavy like a held breath. I turned and threw my flashlight beam back down the trail. The path behind me was empty, the dirt pale in the light. The trees stood still. No movement, no eyeshine, nothing. I held the beam there longer than I needed to, waiting for something to betray itself. A rustle, a snap, the lazy sway of a branch disturbed. Nothing. I turned back and kept walking. 2 minutes later, I did it again. It became a rhythm walk, listen, turn. Walk, listen, turn. Every time I swung the light back, I expected to see a silhouette halfway hidden behind a trunk, or the glint of eyes, or even just the shape of a deer startled by my approach. Every time, nothing. That's what made it worse. If something had been there, if I'd caught a bobbing headlamp from another hiker, a bear's bulk moving between trees, my fear would have had a name, a shape, a plan. But the feeling stayed, and it didn't match the empty trail. My headlamp beam made the pine needles shine like tiny wet blades. The trees smelled stronger here, resin and sap, that sharp, almost sweet scent that clings to your hands if you touch the bark. Somewhere above, a branch tapped another branch, softly, repetitive. It sounded like fingernails clicking on wood. Tap, tap, tap. I told myself it was wind. There wasn't much wind, but there didn't need to be. Trees shift, forests make noise. Still, the tapping felt timed to my steps, like something was practicing patience. I slowed and listened again. I could hear my boots. I could hear my breathing. I could hear the faint, distant hush of the woods, like the sound of an ocean you can't see. And under it, so faint I wasn't sure it was real, I thought I heard something else. Not footsteps exactly, more like a careful scrape, a soft press into dirt. I stopped so fast my breath caught. Silence again. I stood there with the bare spray can cold in my hand and my flashlight beam fixed ahead, and I had the sudden irrational urge to run. Not because I saw anything, because my body was convinced that staying still was the thing prey does right before it gets taken. "Johnny," I said again, but this time it was almost a whisper, like I didn't want to be heard by anything else. No answer. I pushed forward, trying not to let the fear become the story. 10 minutes down the trail, it couldn't have been more than that. The path dipped slightly and turned. My headlamp beam caught something ahead, movement, a shape shifting between trunks. My heart jumped up into my throat, then dropped hard. It was Johnny. He came toward me fast, not running, but moving like he'd decided on a pace and was refusing to slow down. His shoulders were tense. His head kept turning slightly, not enough to look fully behind him, but enough to check the periphery. When my light hit his face, I felt the relief of seeing him alive, upright, and then immediately something colder. Because his expression was wrong. Johnny wasn't out of breath. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't annoyed. He looked uneasy, like he'd seen something he couldn't fit into words yet. His eyes flicked to me, then past me, and the muscles in his jaw tightened. He opened his mouth to speak at the exact same moment I did. "Where the hell were you?" I blurted. "Turn around," he said. We both stopped close enough that my headlamp beam lit his face harshly from below. It made the shadows under his eyes deeper, made him look older for a second. What I said. Johnny stepped closer, grabbed my sleeve, not hard, but firm. His hand was cold, fingers digging through the fabric like he needed the contact to anchor himself. "Turn around," he repeated, and this time his voice was lower, controlled. "We're going back. Now." I stared at him, trying to read the situation the way you read a friend's face when they're trying not to panic. His pupils were huge. His mouth was tight. "What happened?" I asked, and even as I said it, I felt the answer rise like bile. Johnny's eyes moved again past my shoulder to the darkness behind me. His breathing was steady, but his body was poised like he'd spring if something shifted. "There's someone out here," he said. He said it like he was trying not to say anything at all, like he didn't want the words to exist in the air. And the second he spoke, the woods behind me felt closer, like the trees leaned in to listen. Chapter 1. "The dip between mountains, turn around," Johnny said again, and this time it wasn't a suggestion. He didn't look at me when he said it. His eyes stayed pinned somewhere past my shoulder into the dark. The kind of stare you get when your brain is trying to keep a picture steady. "Johnny," I started because my mouth still wanted to turn this into a misunderstanding, into the harmless version of events that fits in a normal life. "Go back," he cut in. "Now." At the same time, I blurted, "What is going on?" We talked over each other like that for a second, both of us trying to pull the situation into our own language. His was direct move, retreat, don't explain. Mine was desperate label, it make it manageable. Johnny's grip tightened on my sleeve. Not hard enough to hurt, hard enough to control my movement without turning it into a struggle. "Someone's out here," he said again, quieter, like saying it too loud might make it true. "A bear?" I asked automatically. "No," he said, and the way he said it made my stomach fall. "A person." I felt my skin tighten under my jacket. The air suddenly felt thinner, colder. "Did he say something?" I asked. Johnny's head shook a small, sharp motion. "No, he just stood there, where I asked." Johnny swallowed. I could see his throat move in the harsh headlamp light. Back in the trees, off the trail. I turned my head, trying to see into the dark. The flashlight beam could only do so much. It turned the forest into a stage with a tiny spotlight, and everything beyond the circle was backstage. I didn't hear anything I said, as if that mattered. "That's the point," Johnny said. He finally looked at me then, and his eyes were too steady. Not calm, forced. The kind of steady that means something is trying to climb out of your mouth and you're biting it back. "Don't turn around," he said low. "Just walk with me. Just trust me," he said, and then he started walking. It wasn't a sprint. It wasn't a panicked run. It was a fast, controlled pace that felt almost worse because it meant he still believed we had a chance to handle this if we didn't do anything stupid. I fell in beside him. My headlamp beam bounced with my steps, catching roots and rocks. My hand tightened around the bear spray like it was a talisman. For the first few seconds, my brain kept trying to argue. Maybe it was another hiker. Maybe it was a hunter. Maybe it was the cabin owner's neighbor. Maybe it was a guy with a dog. A guy collecting firewood. A guy taking a leak. A guy doing normal things. But Johnny's shoulders stayed rigid. His head kept angling slightly, like he was tracking something that wasn't visible. "Tell me what happened," I hissed. Johnny didn't answer right away. He kept us moving, boots crunching on needles, breath in pale bursts. "After the bend," he said finally, "you know that fallen log I mentioned?" I nodded, even though he couldn't see. "I went past it," he continued, "and I got that feeling. Like he stopped searching for words, then abandoned them. Like when you're walking down a city sidewalk and you realize someone's matching your pace. You don't hear it at first. You just know. The hair on my arms lifted. "I stopped," Johnny said, and I looked into the trees. He paused again, and I could hear the shift in his breathing. Not fear exactly, disbelief. "And there he was," he said. I waited, needing details like I needed air. "He wasn't moving," Johnny added. "Not even a little, just standing between trunks like a post." "A hunter," I said, because my brain still wanted the harmless answer. "No," Johnny snapped, then softened his voice again. "Not like any hunter I've seen. Hunters fidget. They adjust their stance. They check their scope, He shook his head. "This guy was just there, watching. Could you see his face?" Johnny's mouth pressed into a line. "Not clearly. It was too shadowed. But I could see enough." "What's enough?" His voice dropped. His eyes. Something cold slid down my spine. "You could see his eyes from that far?" I asked. "They caught light," Johnny said. "Just a little. Like wet." My stomach rolled. The woods felt closer. The tree trunks around us felt like they'd moved while I wasn't looking. "What did you do?" I asked. "I kept walking," Johnny said. Like I didn't notice him. Smart, I thought, even as my fear tried to claw up into my throat. Smart because you don't challenge a stranger deep in the woods. You don't give them a reason to escalate. But then I realized he was moving, Johnny said. I glanced sideways at him. "He followed you." Johnny shook his head once. "Not on the trail. Off it. Parallel. Like he knew exactly how far to stay back so I'd see him if I looked, but I couldn't reach him without stepping into the trees." That image settled in my head like a splinter, a man threading between trunks, matching Johnny's speed, never stepping into the open. Always at the edge of the beam. Maybe he was just, I started. Johnny cut me off. He wasn't lost. "How do you know lost people look around?" Johnny said, irritation creeping in a defense against panic. "They stop. They pick a direction. They second-guess it." This guy didn't do any of that. He was oriented, like he was on a line he'd walked before. I swallowed hard. We walked in silence for a moment, the only sound our boots and the faint tapping of branches above. The woods didn't respond. The woods never respond. They just hold what you bring into them. "Why didn't you come back right away?" I asked, because that was the question my fear kept circling. Johnny hesitated. The pause was long enough that my dread sharpened. "I didn't want to lead him back," Johnny said finally. I stared at him. "What?" "If I turned around in daylight and walked straight back to the cabin, he'd follow," Johnny said like he was explaining a basic rule. "He'd see exactly where we're staying. He'd know where to come." But I began, then stopped. There was nothing useful to say. Because I could see it suddenly with horrifying clarity, Johnny turning back, the guy drifting behind him at a distance, learning our safe place by watching. "So I kept walking," Johnny said. I looped. I tried to lose him without running. Running tells people you're scared. Running makes it a game. My throat tightened. Did he keep following? Johnny nodded once. For a while. Then I stopped seeing him. Relief flashed through me, sharp and brief. And then I realized that didn't mean he was gone, Johnny added. It just meant I couldn't see him anymore. We reached the edge of the yard where the trail opened toward the cabin. In the headlamp beam, the porch looked pale and harmless. The cabin windows glowed faintly with dying firelight. The sight should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like we were walking into a lit room in a dark building visible from every angle. Johnny didn't pause. He moved straight to the door, opened it quickly, and ushered me in like he was hurting me. Inside the cabin smelled warmer. Smoke, old wood, our sweat. Familiar. Johnny shut the door hard enough to rattle the frame. He twisted the deadbolt. The metal turned with resistance, then clicked home. He slid the chain into place, and the little metallic scrape sounded too loud. He stood there for a second, with his hand still on the chain, breathing through his nose. Neither of us spoke. It's strange how quickly you can become quiet when you feel watched. It's not a conscious decision. It's something older than thought, a way of making yourself smaller. I finally exhaled. Okay, I said, like saying it could flatten the fear. Okay. We're inside. We're fine. Johnny didn't answer right away. He walked to the living room window and stopped just short of it, careful not to silhouette himself. He leaned slightly, peering out through the gap in the curtains. I watched his face, watched the way his eyes moved. See anything? I asked. Johnny's jaw worked once. No, that wasn't reassurance. It was the next problem. We stood like that for a minute, listening for footsteps on the porch, listening for the scrape of someone testing the door, listening for anything that would give the fear a shape. Nothing came. The absence of sound sat on us like weight. Finally, Johnny stepped back from the window and forced his shoulders to loosen. He tried on a normal tone, like a jacket that didn't fit right. Probably just some weirdo, he said. Someone hunting, or someone living out here. Living out here, I echoed. Johnny shrugged. People do that. Off-grid. Whatever. He was talking like he wanted me to follow his logic so he could believe it too. I could see the effort it took. Yeah, I said, because I wanted him to be right. Because the alternative felt like opening a door in my mind that I couldn't close. We started doing practical things. Dinner, water, fire, tasks you can control. Johnny pulled a couple cans from our bagged chili beans, some instant rice. I lit the camp stove even though we had a kitchen because it felt safer to do things the way we did outside. Familiar motions, familiar sounds. The metal clink of the stove, the hiss of gas, the click of ignition. I watched the flame catch and felt my body ease a fraction. It's hard to panic when you're focused on a simple physical thing. We ate standing up, leaning against the counter, chewing too fast. Neither of us talked much. Every so often, Johnny's eyes would flick to a window, and mine would follow without thinking. Afterward, we both gravitated toward the porch like magnets. It didn't make sense. The porch was exposed. It was the border between inside and out. But inside the cabin, the windows turned into black mirrors. At night, when you're inside with the lights on, you can't see out properly. All you see is your own reflection, ghosted over darkness. It makes you feel like you're trapped with yourself. Outside, at least you can see the tree line. You can aim your fear in a direction. Johnny carried the lantern out. I carried 2 folding chairs and the bear spray. We set up a small campfire in the stone ring near the porch, and the act of building it felt absurdly normal. The flame grew, throwing light in a small radius. Beyond that radius, black. We sat in silence at first, the kind where you can hear every little sound your body makes. The shift of denim, the soft clack of a beer bottle set down, the crackle of wood. Johnny tried to talk like it was a regular trip. He mentioned the hike we'd do tomorrow. He told a story about a coworker who'd gotten lost in Glacier for half a day and laughed like it was funny. I laughed too, but the sound felt wrong coming out of me. Thin, forced. My eyes kept going to the same places, the gap between 2 pines near the edge of the yard, the darker pocket behind the woodpile, the narrow corridor where the trail disappeared. I wasn't looking for a person exactly. I was looking for proof I wasn't imagining the feeling. The night deepened. The mountains swallowed the last leftover light. Above us, stars began to show sharp and indifferent. The woods around the cabin felt still, not peaceful still. Alert still. Like animals had gone quiet because something was moving. I listened hard enough that my ears started to ring. A branch cracked somewhere off to our left. Johnny's head snapped that direction. My grip tightened on the bear spray. We both waited. Nothing followed. Probably a deer, Johnny said. But he didn't sound convinced. We fed the fire because that's what you do. When you're sitting with fear, you keep the light alive. At one point, I stood to toss another log on. The heat hit my face. Sparks rose bright and brief. I leaned closer and felt the night air at my back cold against the sweat on my neck. That's when I noticed something on the porch boards. Near the top step, right in front of the door, the wood was scuffed. Not old wear, not the dull gray of age. Fresh marks, lighter streaks where something had scraped, like the sole of a boot had dragged, like someone had shifted their weight and ground dirt into the grain. I stared at it, my brain slow to accept what my eyes were showing me. Johnny's boots were muddy from the trail. Mine too. But we'd gone straight inside when we got back. We hadn't paced there. We hadn't stood on the porch long enough to leave that kind of mark. I leaned closer, heart picking up. The scuffs were angled slightly, as if someone had stood facing the door, then turned. A cold prickle ran up my spine. I didn't say anything at first. I didn't want to poison the fragile calm Johnny was trying to build, but my eyes wouldn't let go of it. "Johnny," I said, finally keeping my voice low. Were you on the porch earlier?" Johnny looked at me confused. "What?" I pointed with my chin. "That." He followed my gaze. For a second, he just stared like his brain was doing the same math mine had done. Then his face tightened. "No," he said. "That wasn't me." The words landed heavy between us. Johnny stood up slow. He walked to the porch step and crouched, running his fingers along the scuffed wood without fully touching it, like he didn't want to contaminate the reality of it. His shoulders rose and fell once. "That's fresh," he murmured. The campfire crackled loud suddenly. The lantern hissed faintly. Somewhere in the trees, something tapped a branch again. Tap, tap, tap. Johnny stood back up. His eyes scanned the yard, then the tree line. I waited for him to say it was nothing, that maybe the cabin owner had been there earlier, that maybe an animal had scratched the porch. But he didn't. He swallowed, and when he spoke, his voice was different, lower, stripped down. "There's one more thing," he said. My stomach tightened. What Johnny looked at the darkness beyond our firelight like he didn't want to see it, but couldn't stop. When I first noticed him, Johnny said I thought he was behind me. I frowned. "What do you mean?" Johnny's mouth opened, then closed, as if he was arguing with himself about whether to say it out loud. Finally, he forced the words through. "He wasn't behind me," Johnny said. "Not at first." I felt my pulse in my throat. "He was ahead," Johnny continued, like he knew where the cabin was. For a second, my brain refused the image. It didn't fit the story. I'd already started telling myself the story where a random stranger saw Johnny and got curious, the story where we were unlucky but not targeted. "Ahead," I repeated. Johnny nodded once tight. I saw him between the trees near the bend, and I realized he was positioned like he was watching the trail from the direction of the cabin. My mouth went dry. "He wasn't following me home," Johnny said. "He was waiting for me to come out." The night seemed to press closer. The firelight felt too small. The woods felt too big. I stared at the scuff marks again, and suddenly they weren't just scratches. They were a footprint without the print, a sign someone had been at our door, a sign someone had stood there long enough to shift their weight, a sign someone had listened. Johnny's voice went quieter. "That's why I didn't come back when it was light," he said. "Because I didn't want to give him what he wanted." "And what did he want?" I asked, even though I already knew. Johnny's eyes flicked to the cabin door, then to the dark windows, then back to the trees. "To know we're here," he said. We sat back down by the fire, but the chairs didn't feel like chairs anymore. They felt like props, like two men pretending they still lived in a world where night was just night. We didn't talk much after that. We just watched the tree line scanning for movement, for a shape, for eyes catching light. Nothing appeared, and somehow that was worse. Because if no one was there, then why did it feel like the quiet had teeth, the campfire burned down into coals? The orange glow shrank. The circle of safety tightened until it was barely enough to cover our boots. When we finally went back inside, we did it without looking too hard at the porch boards again. Johnny locked the deadbolt and chain like he was sealing us into a box. I lay on the couch, staring at the ceiling, listening. Not for footsteps, not for voices. For the cabin itself, its pipes, its wood, its small mechanical noises. For proof of normal. Somewhere behind the bathroom wall, deep in the guts of the place, I heard that faint rhythmic whine again. Soft, patient, like something priming itself. Then it stopped. And in the silence that followed, I realized the first night wasn't about what we heard. It was about what we didn't. Because out there in the trees, whatever had watched Johnny wasn't hunting him like an animal. It was waiting. It had already picked a place. And we were sleeping inside it. Chapter 2. The night that doesn't happen. We tried to make the rest of the evening behave. That's the only way I can describe it now. Like the night was an animal that needed to be trained back into its normal patterns. We moved through the cabin doing ordinary things with slightly exaggerated calm, as if normal behavior could convince the woods we belonged there. Johnny went first because he always did. He turned on the kitchen light, pulled our bag of groceries onto the counter, and started rattling around in cabinets until he found a pot. He did it loud on purpose, I think, like the clink of metal and the scrape of drawers would fill the silence enough to keep it from creeping in. "Mac and cheese," he said, holding up a box like it was a joke. "Gourmet," I said, and tried to smile. Johnny set the box down and found the cast iron pan hanging on a hook near the stove. The pan was heavy and dark, its surface slick with old seasoning. He slapped it onto a burner and spun the knob until it clicked and lit the flame, catching with a familiar hush. That small sound, the soft whoosh of gas, the steady blue flame, did more for my nerves than it should have. It was a sound I'd heard in 1,000 kitchens. It didn't belong to the woods. It didn't belong to fear. It belonged to routine. I dug into the cooler and pulled out a couple beers. The cans were wet with condensation. I popped one open, the hiss loud in the cabin, and handed it to Johnny. He took it nodding like we were in his living room watching a game. Like the scuffed porch boards weren't just outside the door. "Probably a hunter," he said again, as if he could wear the explanation until it fit. I leaned against the counter and listened to the water heating in the pot. The house felt warmer now that we were moving in it. The fire had been fed again. The fireplace crackled steadily, throwing light that made the corners less threatening. "Hunters don't stand still like that," I said, before I could stop myself. Johnny glanced over. His face was neutral, but his eyes had that tightness again, the one he tried to hide. "You ever watched a guy in a blind?" he asked. "They can stand still for hours." "On a trail?" I asked. Johnny shrugged. "Maybe he heard us and didn't want to spook a deer." Or maybe he's just weird. We both knew weird wasn't a full answer out here. The mac and cheese went into the pot with a soft splash. Johnny stirred it with a wooden spoon he found in a drawer. The smell of powdered cheese filled the cabin, artificial childhood familiar. In any other place, it would have been comforting. Here it felt like perfume sprayed over something rotten. I took a sip of beer and felt the cold bitterness tried to let it settle me. My mind kept trying to replay the image Johnny had described, still like a post eyes catching light. My brain tried to make it a deer, a stump, a trick of shadow, but my body didn't let it. While Johnny cooked, I did a circuit of the cabin without calling it that. Not a check, not a security sweep, just looking. I pulled the curtains in the living room until the gap was narrow. I tugged them twice to make sure they stayed. I went to the front door and tested the deadbolt even though we'd locked it already. Then the chain. Then I rested my hand on the doorknob and listened for any vibration, any pressure from the other side. Nothing. I walked to the hallway and glanced toward the back bedroom where the loose window latch was. I thought about it for a second, then opened the door and crossed the room. The darkness outside that window was dense like wet ink. I nudged the latch again. It still didn't catch properly. The simplest part of my brain said, fix it. Jam it. Put something in the track. The louder part, the part that had been raised on late-night stories and survival instincts, said don't touch it. Don't make noise. Don't draw attention to that side of the cabin. That was irrational, I told myself. A loose latch is a loose latch. It isn't a signal to the woods. It isn't a message to anyone watching. Still, I left it. I shut the bedroom door softly and went back to the kitchen. Johnny had poured the mac and cheese into 2 paper plates like it was a campsite meal. The plates were those thin, cheap kind that bend under heat. He set them on the table along with 2 forks and the open bag of jerky because, of course. We ate without sitting, at first both of us lingering by the counter like we might need to move quickly. Then Johnny forced himself into a chair and patted the one across from him. Sit, he said. You look like you're about to do a hostage negotiation. I sat. The table was scarred and uneven. Old knife marks. Burn rings from hot mugs. Someone's initials carved into the edge. Evidence that other people had sat here and eaten and laughed and slept without dying. Evidence that the cabin had once been normal. We chewed in silence for a minute, listening to our own small human sounds. Fork scraping plate, swallow, the click of a beer can being set down. Johnny tried to talk about tomorrow's hike. He traced the ridgeline on the map again, describing the view he expected from the peak. He made it sound like an achievement we'd already earned. I nodded along. I added little comments. I pretended my eyes weren't drifting to the windows between his sentences. Every so often, the wood in the cabin popped as it cooled. Each sound made my shoulders tense, then relax when nothing followed. The fire crackled steady. The night outside pressed against the glass. After dinner, we cleaned up fast, paper plates folded and stuffed into a trash bag, the pot rinsed in the sink. The cabin's water ran cold at first, then warmed, and I listened hard for that faint, rhythmic whine I'd heard earlier. It didn't come. The pipes made normal burbles. The sink gurgled. Nothing else. Johnny opened the cabinet under the kitchen sink and found a half-empty bottle of dish soap and an ancient sponge that looked like it had lived through 3 presidents. He laughed a real laugh this time, and for a second, it loosened something in my chest. See, he said, this place is too gross to be haunted. Everything is gross, I said, and we both laughed again, quieter. But even as we joked, we kept doing things. We checked the locks again. Not dramatically, just hands drifting to deadbolts like it was habit. Johnny set the bear spray on the counter instead of putting it back in the bag. I placed the flashlight within arm's reach of the couch. Johnny set his truck keys on the table, then moved them to the counter, then moved them again like he wanted to know exactly where they'd be if he needed them. We didn't say we were doing it. We just did it. That's how fear becomes routine quietly. At some point, Johnny stepped to the living room window and peered out through a thin gap in the curtain. He kept his face back from the glass, like he knew enough to avoid showing a silhouette. Nothing he said, and his voice sounded almost disappointed. "Good," I replied, but it didn't feel good. It felt incomplete. The night had a sound to it once we stopped moving. The wind had picked up at higher elevation, not strong enough to shake the cabin, but enough to make the trees whisper. Every now and then, a gust would push through the pines, and the branches would brush each other with that soft, dry rasp. Somewhere far off, a coyote called. The sound was thin and eerie, rising into a yip that turned into a chorus. It wasn't the Hollywood howl people imitate. It was sharp and messy, like laughter you don't understand. Johnny listened with a half smile. "They're just talking," he said, like he was reassuring a kid. "I know," I said. "I know." But the coyotes made the distance feel alive. Like there were things out there moving and communicating beyond our little circle of light. We put another log on the fire and sat on the couch this time, shoulder to shoulder, pretending we were just two brothers hanging out. Johnny flipped on an old TV mounted in a corner. Static fuzzed for a second. Then the screen lit up with some local channel we didn't recognize, an infomercial, a man yelling about knives that could cut through a shoe. Johnny snorted. Montana Entertainment. I watched the screen without seeing it. My eyes kept snagging on the black windows. When the TV flashed bright, our reflections jumped into the glass. When the screen dimmed, the windows went dark again like blank eyes. After an hour, Johnny yawned wide, the kind of yawn that cracks your jaw. "We should sleep," he said. "Big hike tomorrow. No point staying up and spooking ourselves." That word spooking made me want to snap at him, as if we were kids telling ghost stories, not adults who'd watched a man-shaped stillness in the trees. But I didn't. Because Johnny needed the downplay. He needed it like a life raft. "Yeah," I said. "We should sleep." We turned off the TV. The sudden quiet was almost violent. Without the human noise, the cabin's sounds became louder. The fire settling the soft tick of wood, cooling the faint murmur of wind in the chimney. Johnny walked to the door and checked the locks again, deadbolt chain. He did it with the casual confidence of someone closing up for the night. I watched him. I memorized the movement, the scrape of chain, the click of deadbolt. If something changed later, I wanted to know. Johnny headed toward his bedroom. "If you hear anything," he said over his shoulder like a joke, "it's probably just the cabin. Old places make noise." "Yeah," I said. He paused. Looked at me for a second, the joking mask slipping just enough to show what was underneath. Then he nodded once, like a private agreement, and closed his door. I lay down on the couch with the blanket we'd brought from the truck. It smelled like fabric softener and road dust. Familiar. Safe. I left my boots on because taking them off felt like admitting I planned to relax. The flashlight was on the floor by my hand. My phone sat face down on the table, useless but present. I stared up at the ceiling where the firelight painted faint moving shadows across the wood beams. The pattern was almost hypnotic, like waves on a wall. Outside, the wind shifted. The trees whispered. The coyotes called again, farther now, their yips more spread out. It sounded like they were moving. I listened for footsteps on the porch. I listened for the scrape of someone testing the window latch. I listened for the cabin to betray itself. Minutes passed, then more minutes. The fire died down into coals and the light grew weaker, making the corners of the room deeper. My eyes finally started to close. My body sank into the couch, heavy again. I remember thinking in that drifting space between awake and asleep that maybe Johnny was right. Maybe it had been nothing. Maybe we were just out of practice city soft reading threat into trees because the woods are good at making you feel small. Then I heard a soft tap. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even clear. More like the suggestion of a sound than the sound itself. Tap. I opened my eyes instantly, heart thudding. The cabin was nearly dark now. Only the last ember glow from the fireplace painted the room in dull red. The windows were black. The kitchen was shadow. I sat up slowly and held my breath. Tap. It came again from somewhere inside the cabin, not from the porch, not from outside. It sounded like it came from within a wall or from the floor near the hallway. It could have been a pipe cooling. It could have been a board settling. It could have been the house doing what old houses do. But it didn't sound like a creak or a pop. It sounded like something careful, like a knuckle testing wood. My hand moved to the flashlight. I wrapped my fingers around it but didn't turn it on. Light would announce me. Light would turn the windows into mirrors again. Light would make me visible. I listened harder. Nothing. The silence after the tap stretched. It grew thick enough that the ringing in my ears became audible. I waited for the next sound, and in that waiting, my mind began filling in shapes. Someone inside the walls. Someone in the hallway. Johnny in his room, asleep and vulnerable. A man standing perfectly still in the darkness, waiting for me to make the first move. I swallowed and forced myself to breathe through my nose, quiet. Another minute passed. No more tapping. The cabin remained still. Eventually, my heart slowed enough that my muscles stopped trembling. The rational part of my brain crawled back and started building explanations again. Temperature change, wood shift, plumbing. It was nothing, it insisted. Just an old cabin making noise. I lay back down, but my body didn't settle the way it had before. I kept the flashlight in my hand. I kept my boots on. I kept my eyes half open, fixed on the hallway where the darkness was deepest. The wind outside rose and fell. The trees whispered. Somewhere far off, a single coyote yipped, once, then fell silent. I don't remember falling asleep again so much as I remember giving in. Like my mind finally shut off, not because it trusted the night, but because it ran out of energy to fight it. And even as sleep started to take me, a part of me stayed awake, listening. Not for what did happen, for what didn't. Chapter 2. The Night That Doesn't Happen. Morning made liars out of us. The first pale light didn't creep in the way it does in cities diluted by street lamps and tinted glass. It arrived clean and sharp, pouring into the cabin like someone had opened a door. The windows that had been black mirrors all night became ordinary again, just glass. The corners that had felt crowded with dark emptied out. The cabin looked smaller in daylight, less like a trap, and more like exactly what it was, an old family place tucked into the woods. I woke with my neck stiff on the couch and my boots still on. For a moment, I didn't remember where I was. Then the smell of smoke and pine snapped it back into place, along with that dull, uneasy residue in my chest. The fire had died to ash. The only sound was Johnny's footsteps in the kitchen. He moved like everything was fine. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, and immediately felt ridiculous. The night had been quiet. Nothing had happened. No pounding on the door. No shadow in the hallway. Just the ordinary language of an old cabin, windwood pipes a few noises that could mean anything. Johnny looked over at me, catching the boots, the flashlight still near my hand. He raised his eyebrows. "You sleep ready to sprint?" he asked, a smirk tugging at his mouth. "Shut up," I muttered, but I couldn't help the corner of my mouth lifting. Daylight did that. It made you want to joke. It made you want to believe in the harmless explanations. Johnny had already set the camp stove up on the porch like it was a ritual. He liked cooking outside when he could, like it made the trip feel more real. The morning air was cold enough to make the metal canister sting my fingertips when I handed it to him. He lit the stove with a click. The little flame caught steady and blew. He placed a battered frying pan on top and cracked eggs with one hand, like he'd done it 1,000 times. The smell of frying eggs hit the air, rich, simple, normal. It pushed back against the memory of last night's tension more effectively than any logic. I poured coffee from a small percolator and watched the steam curl upward into the cold. It smelled sharp and comforting. Johnny handed me a mug without speaking, the quiet kind of brotherly gesture that said, "We're not going to talk about it unless we have to." We sat on the porch steps and ate in the sun like two guys on vacation. The woods in daylight looked almost friendly. The pines were green and tall and still. Birds flitted in and out, chattering like they owned the place. Somewhere far off, water ran over rocks. I kept looking at the porch boards where I'd seen the scuffs, but in daylight they looked like any other worn marks. Weather boots time. Nothing that screamed someone stood here last night. That was the trick of morning. It didn't erase the fear, it mocked it. Johnny took a sip of coffee and sighed dramatically. "All right," he said. "We do the big hike today. 6 hours, ridgeline, views. Then we come back and laugh about how scared we were." He said it with a lightness I wanted to accept. "Yeah," I said, because it felt good to say it. We packed our day gear, water snacks, headlamps, a light jacket, the first aid kit Johnny insisted on bringing, like he was the responsible one. Bear spray went on his belt this time. He made a show of clipping it on. "Happy?" he asked. "A little," I admitted. We locked the cabin before we left, even though it felt silly to do it in daylight. Deadbolt clicked. Chain slid. Johnny tugged the door twice. Then we stepped onto the trail. The first mile was easy. The path climbed gradually through thick pines, needles, soft underfoot air smelling like sap and damp earth. The sunlight filtered through branches in shafts that made the dust look alive. The woods felt wide open in a way they hadn't at night. You could see between trunks. You could see the way the trail curved. You could see your own shadow stretched ahead of you. We talked as we walked. Work stuff, family stuff. The kind of conversation that fills the space so your brain doesn't. Johnny told a story about a guy at his job who'd bought a drone and crashed it into a lake on the first day. $2,000, Johnny said, laughing. Just gone. I laughed too, and for a while, it almost felt like a normal hike. The climb steepened. The forest thinned. Pines gave way to sparse trees and scrub. The ground turned from soft needles to rocky shale that shifted under our boots. Each step made a crisp crunch, and the sound echoed faintly off the slope. Sweat gathered under my backpack straps. My shirt stuck to my back. The cold air felt good in my lungs, sharp and clean. When we stopped to drink water, I could taste the mineral tang of it, like it had been filtered through stone. We crossed a cold creek about 2 hours in. The water ran fast over smooth rocks, clear enough to see every pebble on the bottom. Johnny knelt and splashed his face, then shook his head like a dog. "God," he said, "that's cold." I crouched and dipped my hands. The water bit at my skin, numbing in seconds. It made my fingers ache in a good way, like a reset. "See," Johnny said, standing up. This is why we came, not for you to stare at the porch like it's gonna grow teeth." I rolled my eyes. "You stared too." "Yeah," he said, "but I stared like a man." "Sure." We kept climbing. By the time we reached the ridge, the view opened up so suddenly, it felt like stepping into a different world. The tree line dropped away, and the mountains spread out in layered blue and gray peaks like teeth against the sky. The air up there was thinner and colder, and the wind had a bite. We sat on a flat rock and ate jerky and trail mix, our legs dangling over the slope. The world below looked calm. It looked indifferent. Johnny pointed out the cabin area somewhere down in the trees. You couldn't see it, of course. It was swallowed by green. "Feels stupid now," Johnny said, talking around a mouthful of jerky. "All that paranoia." I didn't answer right away. Daylight was doing its job too well, trying to smooth everything into a harmless story. "Maybe it was nothing," I said finally. Johnny nodded, satisfied. "Exactly." We started down after a while, and the descent was harder in its own way. Knees jolting, ankles twisting slightly on loose rock. The trail felt longer going back, like the mountain was reluctant to give us back to the cabin. About an hour into the descent, a cloud moved over the sun. The light changed, becoming flatter, colder. The wind shifted, carrying the smell of rain. Johnny looked up. "We might get a little weather," he said. "Great," I muttered. The first drops came soft, barely noticeable against sweat. Then a few more. A light sprinkle that darkened the dust and made the shale slick. We kept walking, adjusting our steps. It was around then that I saw it. Just off the trail, in a patch of mud where the rain had softened the ground, there was a footprint. Not a boot print. A footprint. At first glance, my brain tried to turn it into a weird boot tread, a partial mark. But when I stopped and stared, I saw the shape clearly enough that my stomach tightened. It was narrow, long, too clean at the edges, and it looked like toes. I squatted, pulse quickening. The mud was soft, glossy with rain. The print sat there like an insult, like a joke the woods were playing. Barefoot out here was absurd. The ground was cold sharp with rocks and needles. No one walked like that unless they were either extremely experienced or didn't care about pain, or didn't feel it. Johnny took a few steps ahead before noticing I'd stopped. He turned back. What I pointed. He came back frowning. His eyes dropped to the mud. For a second, he didn't speak. Then he blew out a breath, half laugh, half irritation. "Probably an animal," he said, but there was no conviction in it. "That's not an animal," I said. Johnny crouched and leaned closer. He didn't touch it. He just stared the way you stare at something that doesn't belong. "Could be an old print," he said. "It's filling with water," I pointed out. "It's fresh." Johnny's jaw tightened. He looked up, scanning the trees around us. Rain pattered on leaves. The woods looked empty. "Maybe some idiot kid," Johnny said, forcing it. "Some local." "Barefoot?" I asked. Johnny stood up too fast, like the print was something he didn't want near him. "Don't," he said, and there was a warning in his voice, not anger at me, but a plea not to turn this into a bigger thing. I swallowed whatever I was going to say and stood as well. The rain picked up slightly, softening the print's edges. Water pooled in it, blurring the shape. By the time we took a few steps away, it was already beginning to disappear, dissolved by weather like a bad memory. We walked faster after that. Not running, just less interested in enjoying the hike. The rain stayed light, not enough to soak us, but enough to make everything smell stronger, wet pine, damp soil, that sharp green scent of crushed needles underfoot. The woods felt closer again under cloud cover, as if the sky lowering made the trees press in. We didn't talk much the rest of the way down. About 40 minutes later, Johnny stopped suddenly and reached toward a branch at shoulder height. What I asked, immediately tense. He pinched something between his fingers and held it up. A tiny strip of dark fabric no bigger than a fingernail snagged on a pine branch. It was torn, the edges frayed. Black or deep brown, hard to tell in the flat light. Johnny stared at it, then at the woods beyond, then back at the fabric. Probably from a jacket, he said, but again, his voice lacked certainty. Whose jacket? I asked. Johnny's eyes flicked toward the trail behind us, then forward. He let the fabric drop. It fluttered slightly, caught again on the branch, like it didn't want to let go. We're almost back, he said. I nodded. My throat felt tight. The cabin came into view later than it should have, as if it had been hiding. The dip in the land swallowed the trail, and then suddenly there it was. Roof dark, with Needle's porch pale against the trees. From a distance, it looked normal, quiet, still. No movement, no sign of anyone near it. Relief hit me so hard it made my knees weak. My brain latched onto it with greedy hands. See, you're fine. It's fine. You're making stories out of trees. We stepped onto the porch, boots thudding on boards. The familiar creak sounded almost welcoming now. Johnny unlocked the door, swung it open. The cabin smelled like us now, sweat, smoke, coffee. It didn't smell like a stranger. It didn't smell like anything wrong. We dropped our packs. Johnny rolled his shoulders, wincing. 6 hours, he said, like he couldn't believe it. My legs are toast. I'm dead, I said, and flopped onto the couch without even taking my boots off. The cushions sagged under me. The tiredness hit like a wave, heavy and immediate. Johnny laughed a real laugh. All right, he said. I'm taking a shower first. I lifted my head slightly. Fine. He walked down the hallway, already peeling his shirt off. The sound of his footsteps faded. I stared at the ceiling, letting my eyes drift half-closed. The cabin felt safe again in that moment, wrapped in daylight and fatigue. Somewhere in the back of my mind, though the image of that footprint lingered, narrow toes in mud erased by rain like it never existed. Johnny's bedroom door clicked shut, and I waited without thinking for the obnoxious whine of the water pump to kick on. Chapter 2. The Night That Doesn't Happen. At first, I didn't realize what I was listening for. That's the thing about habit, your body does it before your mind names it. Johnny said I'm taking a shower, and some small part of me braced for the next sound, the one I'd already cataloged the day before. The water pump. In that cabin, it wasn't subtle. It was a mechanical whine that shuddered through the walls, like a lawnmower trying to start. You could feel it in your teeth. It always kicked on a second after the shower handle turned, and it ran the entire time, complaining loudly as it pulled water from wherever it had to pull it from. I lay there on the couch with my eyes half shut, letting exhaustion press down on me, and I waited for it. I waited. Nothing. The cabin stayed quiet except for the faint settling of wood and the soft, steady hiss of the fireplace. A minute passed, then another. No pump, no rush of water through pipes, no squeal, no vibration through the floor. I opened my eyes. The ceiling looked too still. I sat up slowly. My muscles were heavy, legs aching from the hike. I didn't want to move. I wanted to believe Johnny had just changed his mind, maybe decided to stretch first, maybe rummaging for clean clothes. But the absence kept sitting there in the room with me, solid as a third person. Johnny, I called, trying to keep it casual. No answer. I swung my legs off the couch and stood. The floorboards complained softly under my boots. The living room felt warmer than the hallway, And when I stepped into that narrow corridor, the temperature dropped just a little, like the cabin kept its cold in the back rooms. "Johnny," I said again, louder. Still nothing. The hall in that cabin wasn't long, maybe 12 feet. 2 doors on the right bathroom and bedroom, 1 door at the end. In daylight, it looked ordinary. In that moment, with the firelight behind me and the back rooms dim, it felt longer than it had any right to. Like the air itself was thickening in there. I took a step forward, then another. My ears strained for any sign of him movement, a cough, the rustle of clothing. Something normal. All I heard was the fireplace crackle and beneath it my own pulse. I reached the first bedroom door, Johnny's, and paused. It was closed. I stood with my hand hovering near the knob, my body suddenly tight. This was irrational, I told myself. You're tired. You're jumpy. You're still thinking about the night and the footprint and the fabric. You're making the hallway into a horror movie. I knocked once. "Johnny." No response. I knocked again, harder. "Johnny, you good?" Nothing. The absence of his voice hit me like a drop in elevation, a sinking feeling. My fingers closed around the doorknob. It was colder than the rest of the cabin, as if the metal had been holding on to its own private winter. I turned it slowly. The latch clicked. That small sound felt too loud. I cracked the door open a few inches. At first I saw only darkness, dim shapes, the edge of the bed, a corner of the room. Then my headlamp, still around my neck from earlier, swung forward as I leaned in, and its beam caught Johnny. He was kneeling in the far corner, pressed back against the wall, like he was trying to merge into it. His face was pale under the harsh light lips, slightly parted eyes, huge and wet. His hands were raised just enough to show he wasn't holding anything, and he was shaking his head. "No. Don't come in. Go away." The expression on his face wasn't just fear. It was the kind of fear that carries instructions with it. A warning written so clearly you can't pretend you didn't read it. My breath stopped. For a fraction of a second, my brain tried to find an explanation that didn't involve what was obviously happening. Johnny hurt. Johnny pranking me. Johnny. A shape shifted near him. My eyes snapped to it. A man stood in the bedroom, close, too close. Close enough that if Johnny moved, he'd brush the man's legs. The man looked wrong in a way that made my stomach roll before my mind could list details. His clothes were torn and dirty, hanging off him like he'd slept in brush for weeks. His hair was long and black and oily, stuck to his face in ropes. His skin looked sallow, stretched tight over cheekbones. His eyes were wide open in a tired, disturbing way, like he didn't blink often enough. In his right hand, low at his side, was a handgun. I didn't even process it as a gun at first. My brain registered shape and threat and weight. Then the man lifted it. Johnny's eyes flicked to me, pleading, furious, terrified, all at once. The man raised the gun toward my chest in one smooth motion, like he'd done it before. Time did something strange. It slowed, then sharpened. I saw everything in slices: the man's cracked fingernails, the sheen of sweat on Johnny's forehead, the dust in the air floating in the headlamp beam, the way the bedspread was wrinkled like someone had grabbed it. My body moved without permission. I lunged. Not because I'm brave, because my brain didn't offer any other option fast enough. The man's eyes widened, slightly more annoyance than surprise, and he jerked the gun up. I heard a click. Not a bang, just a clean, mechanical click, like a pen. That sound rewired something in me. It was the sound of the story almost ending. If the gun had fired, I wouldn't be telling this. If it had fired, Johnny would have watched me collapse, and then who knows? The cabin would have swallowed the rest. But it didn't fire. The click gave me half a second of impossible luck, and my shoulder hit the man's chest like a battering ram. We slammed into the bed frame. The wood creaked, and the mattress shifted. The gun skittered from his grip, either knocked free or thrown aside in the collision and clanged against something hard, maybe the dresser. Johnny moved then. He moved like my tackle had snapped him out of paralysis. He launched from the corner on his knees, crawling and grabbing and scrambling for the gun in the dim light. The intruder made a sound, high and raw. It wasn't a normal shout. It was a feral screech, like an animal dragged into a room it doesn't belong in. Spit flew from his mouth. His breath hit my face and smelled like old rot and damp fabric layered under something sharp like metal. He fought like he didn't feel pain. His hands clawed at me, nails scraping across my cheek and jaw. I felt skin split hot and wet. He bucked his hips, twisting with a strength that didn't match his thin frame. He tried to bite his teeth, snapping near my ear. I grunted and drove my weight into him, trying to pin him against the bed. My knee slammed into the floor, pain shooting up my leg. He didn't even flinch, just kept thrashing, making those horrible sounds. "Got it?" Johnny shouted, voice cracking. I risked a glance. Johnny had the gun. His hands were shaking so hard the barrel wobbled, but he aimed it anyway, eyes wild. "Stop," he screamed. "Stop moving." The man didn't look at the gun. He kept fighting me like he was trying to tear his way free. I felt something cold in my gut, the sense that the gun wasn't the point to him, that the weapon wasn't power, that the power was proximity, the fact that he was in the room with us, in our space, breathing our air. "Keys," Johnny said, suddenly harsh. "We have to go. Get the car." I didn't want to leave him alone with the man. The idea made my chest tighten. But Johnny was bigger than me, stronger, and he already had the gun. I rolled my weight, forcing the intruder's shoulder down, and Johnny jumped on him like a lid, pinning him with his full body. The man screamed again, clawing at the floor, trying to drag himself free like a trapped animal. His fingers scraped wood, leaving pale lines in the dust. "Go," Johnny barked. My legs moved before my mind agreed. I bolted down the hallway, shoulder slamming the wall hard, trying to punch its way out of my chest. The living room looked absurdly normal. Our packs on the floor, the map on the table, empty beer cans, the fireplace crackling like this was just any night. I grabbed the truck keys off the counter. My hand shook so badly it took 2 tries to fit the key into the lock when I got outside. The cold air hit my face like a slap. The porch boards creaked under my boots. The yard beyond the cabin was still daylight gray, but the dip between mountains already held shadow. I ran to the truck, yanked the door open, and tossed our packs into the back without thinking. They were already mostly packed from the hike, water bottles, jackets, our day stuff. I didn't care if we left half our gear behind. I didn't care about the cooler, the stove, the food. I cared about distance. I climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine started with a loud, steady roar that felt like salvation. I left it running. I sprinted back to the cabin. Inside, the sound hit me first. The intruder's screeching, muffled and wet, mixed with Johnny's grunts as he fought to keep the man pinned. "Get something," Johnny shouted. "Tie him, just something." I scanned the room with panicked eyes. There was no rope, no duct tape in sight, no handcuffs, no anything. My gaze landed on the couch, on the blanket, on the extra bed sheets folded on a chair. I grabbed the sheets and tore them, not neatly, just ripping fabric like I was trying to tear time itself. The sound of it was loud and brutal. I found a ratty extension cord coiled under the coffee table and yanked it free. I snatched a roll of tape from a junk drawer in the kitchen that Johnny had opened earlier, the kind of drawer that holds random screws and old batteries, and that one thing you can never find when you need it. We moved fast, frantic, improvising like idiots in a nightmare. Johnny held the man down with his knee in the man's back, while I looped sheet strips around wrists and ankles. The man thrashed, bucking so hard He nearly threw Johnny off. His skin was cold under my fingers. He smelled like sweat that had been trapped too long, like wet leaves. He snapped his teeth at my hands. I jerked back, nearly falling, heart-hammering. "Don't let him bite you," Johnny hissed, and it sounded like a ridiculous thing to say, and a deadly serious one at the same time. We wrapped the cord around his wrists. We taped it down the tape, ripping loud, the sticky pull echoing in the cabin. The man's hands were filthy nails, black at the edges. He kept making those animal sounds, spitting and screeching, twisting his head like he was trying to find an angle to attack. Johnny kept the gun trained on him, face tight with effort. "Move him," Johnny said. We dragged the man, half crawling, half sliding toward the bed frame and dresser, wedging him like a piece of furniture. It wasn't a real restraint. It was a delay. We both knew it. The man's eyes locked on mine for a second as we shoved him into place. There was something in that look that chilled me more than the gun ever did. Not panic, not hatred, recognition. Like he'd been expecting this outcome, like he'd rehearsed it. We backed away. Johnny grabbed my sleeve again. "Go," he said, and we ran. We ran through the living room, out the door, onto the porch. The screen door slapped behind us. The sound felt like a final punctuation mark. The man's screaming followed us, muffled through walls now, but still loud enough to chase. We dove into the truck. Johnny slammed the passenger door so hard the window rattled. "Drive," he barked. I did. The tires spit gravel. The truck lurched forward down the track. I didn't look back at first, because I couldn't, because looking back felt like inviting the image into my head permanently. But after a few seconds, I couldn't stop myself. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin sat there in the dip, small and still, smoke curling gently from the chimney, like it was an illustration in a brochure. And inside it, faint through the walls and the distance, I could still hear him. Screeching, not words, just noise. We hit the main gravel road, and I drove too fast. The truck bouncing hard, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. The trees blurred. The sky above the ridgeline was pale and indifferent. Johnny sat rigid in the passenger seat, gun in his lap barrel, pointed toward the floor, like he was afraid of it. His breathing was loud. He kept swallowing. "Are you hit?" I asked, voice shaking. "Are you?" Johnny shook his head. "No." I touched my cheek and my fingers came away wet. Blood. A thin line from where the man's nails had caught me. It stung in the cold air. "Jesus," I muttered. We drove until the bars on my phone popped back up like a miracle. One bar, then two. Service returning felt obscene, like the modern world sliding back over the nightmare. I pulled over hard on the side of the road, gravel crunching. My hands fumbled the phone. I called 911 with fingers that didn't want to obey me. When the dispatcher answered, her voice was calm in the way only someone sitting safely inside a building can be calm. 911, what's your emergency? I tried to explain. The words came out jagged. Cabin, Montana, intruder, gun, tied him. He's still there. He's screaming. Is anyone injured? She asked. My brother's okay, I said. My face is scratched. Do you know the address? We don't have an address, I said, panic flaring. It's a cabin off a county road. Johnny leaned over and snatched the map from the dashboard, stabbing a finger at it. Tell her the nearest marker, he said, voice hoarse. The cattle gate, the creek. The eye relayed the directions like a child reciting. The dispatcher repeated them back then, told us to stay where we were. Officers were on the way. When I finally ended the call, my hands started shaking so hard I could barely hold the phone. We sat in silence, engine idling, the smell of exhaust mixing with pine. My heart wouldn't slow down. Johnny stared straight ahead, face pale. After a while he spoke, and his voice was so quiet, I almost didn't hear it. "He didn't make me call you in," Johnny said. I blinked. "What?" Johnny swallowed. His hands flexed on his knees as if he could still feel the man's weight. When he came in, he said he pointed the gun at me, told me to call you, told me to get you into the room. My stomach turned. That had been the part I'd assumed, the obvious trap. But I didn't, Johnny continued. I refused. I stared at him. "You didn't call me." "No," he said, shaking his head. I told him no. I told him I wouldn't. A cold pressure built behind my ribs. Then why Johnny's eyes finally met mine. There was something raw there, something that looked like shame. "Because he smiled," Johnny whispered. "Not like a normal smile, like he was amused." My mouth went dry, and he said, Johnny went on, voice barely more than breath, "You don't have to." I felt my scalp prickle. Johnny's gaze dropped to the gun in his lap. "He told me he said you were already coming." The words landed like a weight. The intruder had been certain of my curiosity, my concern, my reflex to check on my brother. Certain enough to wait in that room, gun ready, like he'd seen this exact moment before. Like he'd watched us long enough to know what we would do. I stared out the windshield at the trees lining the road, and for the first time since we'd started driving, I understood something simple and terrifying. That man didn't need to chase Johnny through the woods. He didn't need to follow him home. He only needed to learn the shape of us, our habits, our love, our predictability. And then he could stand still and let us walk right into his hands. Chapter 3. The county line doesn't care. The first thing the dispatcher asked after I got the words out was something that felt almost insulting. "Is the suspect still on scene?" Like we were talking about a shoplifter. Like this was a dispute over a fence line. I stared at my phone as if it had betrayed me. I could still hear the man screaming in my head, muffled by cabin walls, stretched thin by distance, but real enough to make my hands shake. My cheeks stung where his nails had caught me, and every time I swallowed, I tasted metal like I'd bitten my tongue. I tried to answer the dispatcher in complete sentences. I tried to sound like an adult giving a report, not like a person who had just run out of the woods with his heart still back there. "We left," I said. "We left the cabin. We tied him. He was restrained, but I don't know how long that'll hold. We took his gun." There was a pause on the line, typing, I assumed. The soft, distant clatter of normal office sounds. A cough. "Okay," she said, and her voice stayed calm in that professional way that makes you feel both safer and lonelier at the same time. "I need you to stay where you are. Don't go back. Officers are being dispatched. I'm going to ask you a few questions." She asked my name, Johnny's name, our approximate location, what road we'd come in on, how long we'd been at the cabin, the description of the suspect, whether he had any other weapons, whether we were injured. Her tone never changed. Each question was a rung on a ladder she climbed automatically, because she'd climbed it 1,000 times. I gave directions like a man reciting a recipe, cattle gate fork in the road. "Stay right. If you hit the creek, you went too far." I could hear how ridiculous it sounded even as I said it. I kept expecting her to tell me it wasn't enough that we'd have to go back, that the map in my brother's lap was useless without an address. But she just kept going. When she asked, "Are you safe right now?" I looked out at the trees, at the empty 2-lane road, at the dust in the air behind our truck. I wanted to say yes, because I wanted it to be true. "I think so," I said, and hated myself for the uncertainty in my voice. She stayed with us on the phone until she told us officers were close. Then she instructed us to put our hazard lights on and wait. We sat there in the idling truck, heat blasting because the cold had climbed inside our clothes. The gun lay between us on the center console, dark and ugly. Johnny kept his hands away from it, like it might bite. I kept seeing his face in that bedroom corner. Not the panic itself, panic fades. The instruction in his eyes. No, don't. Go. That look had burned into me more sharply than the man's face ever could. I could have described the intruder only in fragments, oily hair, torn clothes, eyes too open. But I could describe my brother's expression perfectly, down to the wet shine at the rim of his lower lashes. Johnny sat rigid, staring ahead. Every few seconds he'd blink too hard, like he was trying to clear something that wasn't in his eyes. Did he say anything else, I asked, because silence was starting to feel like another room in the cabin. Johnny's jaw flexed. No, he said. Then a beat later, he smelled like wet pennies. I glanced at him. What Johnny swallowed, like metal, like blood without the blood. My stomach tightened. The cabin smell, that faint penny metal must. I'd noticed it when we arrived and dismissed it as old plumbing, old wood, old everything. Now it felt like a fingerprint. We waited. When the first sheriff's cruiser appeared, it looked almost cartoonish against the trees, white and black paint light bar flashing blue and red in the afternoon. It came fast, tires throwing gravel. It pulled behind us and stopped at an angle like we were in a traffic stop. The deputy stepped out with his hand near his holster, posture tense. He was middle-aged, broad, with a tan that looked like it belonged to someone who spends a lot of time outdoors. His uniform looked too clean for this road. He approached slowly, eyes scanning our truck, our faces, the gun on the console. Evening, he said, though it wasn't evening yet. His voice was cautious, controlled. You the ones who called? Yes, I said quickly. My voice sounded strange to me, too high. Yes, that's us. He asked us to step out of the vehicle, one at a time, hands visible, standard procedure. It was surreal to obey. Like we were actors suddenly handed blocking instructions. I stepped out, first hands raised, slightly palms open. The cold air hit my cheek and made the scratch burn. The deputy's gaze flicked to it. You injured? He asked. Just a scratch, I said. He clawed me. The deputy's eyes narrowed slightly, like he was deciding whether to take that literally. Johnny stepped out next. He moved stiffly, like his body hadn't caught up to the fact that we were no longer wrestling for our lives. Another cruiser arrived, then a third. Lights flashing in the trees, absurdly bright. A second deputy, a younger guy with a baby face trying hard to look hardened, took Johnny aside and started asking him questions while the older deputy spoke to me. Start from the beginning, the older one said. So I did. I told him about the cabin, about Johnny seeing a man in the trees, about the scuffs on the porch, about the hike, about waiting for the shower pump, about the bedroom door cracking open, and my brother kneeling in the corner like a child in trouble. The deputy's expression stayed neutral as I spoke, but his eyes sharpened at certain details, like a pen underlining words in his mind. When I described the intruder's scream, the deputy's lips tightened briefly. When I described the click instead of a gunshot, he nodded once like he'd seen that kind of luck before. And you restrained him, the deputy said, repeating my words carefully. We tried, I said. Bed sheets, extension, cord tape. We wedged him, my voice faltered. We did whatever we could. We just needed to leave. Did you see blood? The deputy asked. No, I said, then hesitated. Not he spit something dark. I don't know. He scratched me, but any other injuries, he asked. Johnny, from where he stood with the younger deputy, said no in a flat voice. The older deputy nodded and scribbled something on a notepad. Then he asked the question that made anger flare in my chest. Any drugs, he said. I blinked. What? Any drugs, he repeated, still calm. Any alcohol you've been drinking out there? The question landed like a slap. Not because it was unreasonable, because it was procedure. Because people lie, because deputies have to rule things out. But because it forced our experience into the category of maybe you imagined it. We had beers last night, I said, voice tight. 2. We hiked all day today. We're not high. Johnny's head snapped up. Are you serious? He demanded, and I heard the crack in his voice. We got held at gunpoint. We fought for our lives, and you're asking if we're on drugs. The older deputy held up a hand palm out. Hey, he said, gentle but firm. It's a standard question. We have to ask. Okay, I'm not saying you imagined anything. I'm saying I have to cover the basics. Johnny looked like he wanted to keep arguing, but something in him deflated. He turned away, jaw clenched, breathing hard. I stared at the deputy, and in that moment I realized something else that felt cold. Out here, you can have the most unbelievable thing happen to you and still be processed like paperwork. Your terror doesn't change the procedure. Your story becomes a form. The deputy asked for the gun. Johnny handed it over with 2 fingers like it was dirty. The deputy took it, cleared it quickly, and looked at the magazine. His eyebrows lifted slightly. Not loaded, he said. My stomach dropped. What magazine's out, he said, holding it up. No rounds. I remembered the click. I remembered the way my body had moved on pure instinct, on pure luck. Johnny stared at the gun as if it had betrayed him. So he was bluffing, I asked. The deputy's face didn't change. Maybe he said, or maybe he planned on using it as a threat. Hard to say. My skin prickled. He was going to kill us, I said, and my voice sounded desperate. He was going to. The deputy held my gaze. We're going to check the cabin, he said. We'll take this seriously, but right now we need to do it the right way. The right way. That phrase made me want to laugh. There was no right way for what we'd experienced. There was only survival. They asked us to drive behind them into the nearest town to give official statements, because the cabin was too far out and the road too rough for them to take us back and forth. They said they'd send a team to the cabin, secure it, search for the suspect. I climbed back into the truck. My hands shook on the steering wheel. Johnny sat beside me, staring forward like his mind had locked itself in a room. We followed the cruisers down the gravel road, their lights flashing, dust rising behind them. The landscape blurred into the kind of scenery you normally admire, tall pines, sloping hills, a strip of sky, but I couldn't see it like that anymore. It all looked like hiding places. As we drove, the smell of the cabin clung to us, smoke and sweat and something metallic I couldn't name. Every time I swallowed, my throat felt dry. We reached pavement again, then a small town that looked like it had been built for passing through rather than staying. One main street, a couple gas stations, a diner with a neon sign that buzzed faintly. The deputies led us into the diner, not because they needed pancakes, but because it was somewhere warm with a table and witnesses and the kind of light that makes people behave. The fluorescent lights inside were harsh. They made everything look too bright and too tired. The booths were vinyl, cracked, in places sticky where soda had been spilled and wiped up badly. The air smelled like fryer grease and coffee that had been sitting on a burner too long. A waitress in a ponytail glanced up at us, saw the deputies, and her expression tightened with interest. She didn't ask questions. She just brought coffee automatically, because that's what diners do when something bad walks in. Johnny wrapped both hands around the mug like he was trying to warm his bones. His fingers were still trembling slightly. Mine too, though I tried to hide it. A deputy sat across from us with a notepad and asked us to repeat everything again. The questions came in a calmer order, now stripped of urgency. What time did Johnny leave for his walk? What time did he return? What did the man look like? Which room was he in? How did he enter? Did we touch anything? Did we see a vehicle? Did we hear footsteps outside? How did we tie him? Exactly what did we use? Each question shaved a little of the horror off and turned it into data. The deputy asked about the cabin owner, the rental agreement, how we'd gotten the key, whether we'd been warned about anything. Johnny answered in short sentences, voice flat. When the deputy asked, "Did the suspect say anything to you?" Johnny's eyes went unfocused for a second. "No," he said. Then he added quieter, "just that he knew." The deputy looked up, knew what Johnny didn't answer. I could see his hands tightening around the coffee mug knuckles, whitening. His gaze was fixed somewhere past the deputy, past the diner, as if he was looking at that bedroom corner again. I kept seeing it too every time I blinked. Johnny kneeling, Johnny shaking his head. Johnny's eyes wide with a warning so clear it felt like a command. That image sat behind everything now, even under the fluorescent lights, even with cops and civilians and normal life clattering around us. It was proof that the world can go ordinary again, while something inside you stays locked in a cabin. After a while, the deputy said, "Okay," and stood up. "We'll contact you when we have more. You did the right thing calling. You did the right thing leaving. The right thing." I nodded because there wasn't anything else to do. Johnny didn't nod. He just stared into his coffee like the black surface might show him something. Outside the diner, the sky was already fading toward evening and the town's streetlights flickered on one by one. It felt wrong that the world kept moving. It felt wrong that cars still drove by, that people still ordered burgers, that country music played softly from a radio near the kitchen. Because in my head, the cabin door was still cracked open, and my brother was still kneeling in the corner, eyes huge, shaking his head no. Chapter 3. The county line doesn't care. They didn't take us back to the cabin that night. Not immediately. Part of it was practical, the road, the distance, the fading light. The fact that nobody wants to go hunting a possibly armed man in deep woods after sundown. Part of it was something else, something no one said out loud. The deputies had heard plenty of strange stories out there. They didn't want to walk into ours without daylight and backup and a plan, so they kept us in town. They drove us to the sheriff's substation, first a low building with peeling paint and a flag out front that snapped in the wind. Inside, it smelled like old coffee and disinfectant. The fluorescent lights were even harsher than the diners. There were posters on the walls about meth awareness and missing persons and how to report suspicious activity. Suspicious activity. Like what we'd just lived through could fit under that heading. They separated us for statements which made sense but still felt wrong. Johnny and I had been a team in that cabin. Separating us now felt like pulling apart two pieces that had only held together because they needed to. A deputy led me into a small room with a table and a camera in the corner. He told me to sit. He offered water. He spoke softly, like he was afraid sudden volume might make me break. He asked me to tell the story again. This time, without the diner noise, without Johnny across from me, the telling felt different. The details came out sharper. The click of the gun, the smell of the man, the way Johnny's head moved in that slow no, the scuff marks on the porch boards. The deputy wrote, occasionally nodding. He asked about the man's height, build, clothing. He asked about the type of gun. He asked how we tied him. When I explained the bed sheets and extension cord, he looked up briefly, eyes narrowing. "Extension cord," he repeated. From under the coffee table, I said. "We used whatever we could find." He jotted it down. Then he asked a question that made my stomach tighten. "Did you see anyone else?" he said. "No," I said quickly. "Just him." "Any vehicle?" he asked. "No." "Any sign he'd been living there?" he pressed. I hesitated. Images flashed our arrival, the cabin smell, the loose latch, the orange fiber. None of it was proof. All of it felt like it should matter. "I don't know," I said honestly. "The place smelled old, musty, but that's normal for a cabin." He nodded, but his eyes stayed sharp. "They kept us there for hours because procedure takes time and fear doesn't. They photocopied our IDs. They took photos of my scratch. They asked for the rental info. They called the cabin owner. They filled out forms. At some point, a man who introduced himself as Detective Hollis came in. He wasn't in a sheriff's uniform. Plain clothes, jeans, a flannel shirt, a jacket that looked like it had lived in his truck for years. He had the tired face of someone who'd seen too many versions of human ugliness. He shook my hand and Johnny's hand one after the other and held our gaze a second longer than necessary, as if he was trying to measure whether we were lying. "Okay," he said, voice low. "We're going up there at first light. We'll check the cabin. We'll search the area. In the meantime, you two are staying in town." "We want to go back," Johnny said immediately. Detective Hollis looked at him like he'd expected that. "No," he said, calm. "Not tonight. Not without daylight. Not without a warrant and proper support. I'm not dragging civilians into the woods to play hero." Johnny's jaw clenched. "That's our stuff up there," he said. "I understand," Hollis said, "but it's not worth your life." The way he said it, flat, practiced, made it clear he'd said it before. "They put us in a cheap motel at the edge of town. Not fancy, a sign that flickered, carpet that smelled like old smoke no matter how much they cleaned it. But it had a lock that clicked solidly and a parking lot full of other cars, other people, other normal life." Johnny and I didn't talk much in the room. We each sat on separate beds, still wearing our clothes like we were afraid taking them off would make it too real. Johnny kept rubbing his hands together as if he couldn't get the man's skin off his palms. Neither of us slept more than a few minutes at a time. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that bedroom corner again. I heard the click. I heard the screech. In the middle of the night, a car door slammed somewhere outside the motel, and my body jolted so hard, my heart hurt. Johnny sat up at the same time, eyes wide in the dark, and for a second, we were back in the cabin again. Morning came gray and cold. Detective Hollis picked us up at the motel around 8. 2 deputies came with him. They told us to wait in town, but Hollis agreed to drive us close enough that we could point out the turnoffs. He didn't want wrong directions. He didn't want to waste time. "You stay in the vehicle when we get there," he said, looking at Johnny like he was talking to a stubborn teenager. Johnny nodded, but his jaw stayed tight. The drive back out felt shorter, like the road had been folded overnight. The same gravel track, the same forks, the same cattle gate. But everything looked different now. The woods felt less like scenery and more like a crowd. When we dipped into that pocket between mountains, my stomach clenched automatically, like my body recognized the geography as danger. The cabin appeared through the trees exactly where we'd left it. From a distance, it looked peaceful. Smoke did not rise from the chimney. No movement around it. No sign of the chaos that had happened inside. Just logs and porch and dark windows. The deputies parked in the yard tires, crunching gravel. Hollis told us again to stay in the truck. He and the deputies got out, hands near their belts, and moved toward the cabin with the careful posture of people approaching a wild animal. They didn't rush the door. They circled first, checked windows, scanned the tree line, looked for footprints in soft soil. Hollis crouched near the porch steps and studied the boards, his eyes moving slowly, as if he could read yesterday's fear like a map. Then he signaled to one of the deputies. They approached the door together, one on each side. Hollis knocked once sharp professional and called out, "Sheriff's office." No answer. He knocked again. "Sheriff's office, anyone inside, come out now." Silence. Then Hollis tried the handle. The deadbolt was still locked. He looked back at us through the windshield briefly, an expression that said, "This is already wrong." Then he pulled a set of keys from his pocket. Someone had gotten them for him overnight. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. The cabin exhaled cold air. The deputies moved inside, flashlights on, even though it was daylight. Hollis followed his body language tense. From where I sat in the truck, I could see only glimpses through the doorway, the edge of the couch, the kitchen counter, the dull glow of daylight in the interior. It looked normal. That was the most sickening part. It looked like we'd never been there. Minutes passed. Hollis and the deputies moved around, their boots thudding softly on the porch and inside. I watched their heads turn, their lights sweep. I watched them pause, crouch, lift something, set it down. Finally, Hollis stepped back out onto the porch. His face was unreadable. He walked toward the truck and leaned down to my open window. "Cabin's disturbed," he said, "but there's no suspect." Johnny's hands clenched. "What do you mean, disturbed?" he demanded. Hollis held up a hand. "You want details? I'll give you details. But you're not going to like them." "Try us," I said. Hollis exhaled slowly. "There are scraps of fabric on the floor," he said. "Tape residue, cut pieces of bedsheet. Looks like you did tie someone. That part checks out." Johnny let out a breath sharp, and then the bindings were cut clean. Hollis continued. "Not torn, not ripped. Cut. Like someone had a blade." My stomach dropped. "We didn't leave him a knife," I said. Hollis nodded. "I know." Johnny stared past him at the cabin door. "So he had one," he said, voice hollow. "Or he found one," Hollis said. "Kitchen drawers, toolbox, a lot of places to find something sharp." I thought of the junk drawer, the random screws, the old batteries, the tape. How easy it would be for a person to dig and find what they needed while we were busy panicking. "Is there blood?" Johnny asked. Hollis shook his head. "No blood trail," he said. "No obvious injury, no drag marks outside." My throat tightened. "Footprints?" I asked. Hollis's mouth tightened slightly. "This ground is garbage for prints," he said. "Needles, gravel, hard pack. There are some scuffs, but nothing I'd stake a case on. And you two ran around inside and outside. That mud's churned." Johnny cursed under his breath. Hollis glanced back at the cabin. One thing he said, and his tone shifted, becoming more pointed. "Back window latch in the smaller bedroom loose. Doesn't lock." My skin prickled. I glanced at Johnny, and Johnny looked at me, and I could see the memory passing between us, me noticing it on arrival, Johnny dismissing it. "It was like that when we got there," I said quickly. I told him it didn't catch. Hollis nodded slowly. "That might be the entry point," he said. "No sign of forced entry at the front door. Back window has signs it's been opened and closed recently." Johnny's face went pale in a new way. So he was in there before he said. Hollis didn't confirm it directly, but he didn't deny it either. "Could be," he said. "Could have been watching the place. Could have been waiting for someone to show up." Those words hit me harder than the night itself, waiting. I looked at the cabin again, and suddenly it didn't feel like a rental. It felt like a set. Like we'd driven into a stage that had been prepared. A thought rose in my mind, sick and stubborn. We didn't rent a cabin. We walked into someone else's trap. I could see the porch boards where I'd noticed the scuffs. I could see the front door. I could see the windows reflecting daylight. And I could imagine him out there the day we arrived, hidden between trunks, watching us carry in our cooler and our packs like we belonged. Watching us move in. The guilt came sharp and hot. Not guilt for being there, for being stupid, for dismissing things, for walking into a place that felt quiet and assuming quiet meant safe. I'd wanted this trip to be a reset, a break, a couple days of mountains and brother time. Instead, we'd stepped into something that already had a shape. Hollis straightened. "We're going to canvass the area," he said. "We'll talk to property owners, check any nearby cabins, run the firearm you gave us. We'll do what we can." Johnny's voice was tight. "What about our stuff? You can't stay here," Hollis said immediately. "Not now. Not until we know it's clear. We'll retrieve essentials if you need them, but you're not spending another night." Johnny looked like he wanted to argue, but something in him had finally hit its limit. He nodded once, stiff. Hollis's eyes flicked to the truck's center console where the gun had been earlier. "About that," he said. "We're taking it. Evidence." "We already gave it," I said. He nodded. "We're logging it properly. Chain of custody. We'll run it, see who it belongs to. Maybe we get lucky." Lucky. That word had followed us all the way out here. We'd been lucky the gun clicked instead of firing. Lucky we'd had sheets and cord and tape. Lucky we'd gotten service in time. Now we were supposed to be lucky again in the way that matters on paper. Hollis gave us his card. A name, a number, the county seal. He told us to call if we remembered anything else. He told us he'd be in touch. Then he turned and walked back toward the cabin, where deputies waited with gloves and evidence bags, collecting scraps of fabric and pieces of tape, like they were the only proof our story had ever happened. I sat in the truck and watched them move inside, and the cabin swallowed them one by one. In the daylight, it looked harmless, but I knew what it felt like inside that hallway when the pump didn't start. I knew what it looked like when my brother knelt in the corner and tried to save me with his eyes. And as the deputies went about their work, methodical calm, I felt the worst realization settle into place. Out here, the county line doesn't care what you believe happened. If there's no body, if there's no suspect, if there are only cut sheets and smeared tape on an old cabin floor, then the woods get to keep the rest. Chapter 3. The county line doesn't care. We left Montana the way people leave accidents, too fast, too quiet, with our bodies still convinced something was chasing us. Detective Hollis didn't make a big show of it. He didn't tell us not to talk about it, didn't warn us we were in danger, didn't offer comfort. He gave us his card, said he'd call when he had something, and watched us drive away, like he'd watched 100 other people drive away from things they couldn't carry. Johnny and I stopped once at a gas station on the edge of town to fill up and buy water. We moved through the fluorescent lit store like we didn't belong there, like we were ghosts wearing hiking boots. A teenager behind the counter asked, "How's your day in that automatic way?" And Johnny just stared at him until I mumbled, "Fine. Fine." I kept expecting the scent of wet pennies to follow us into the store. I kept expecting to look up and see oily black hair at the end of an aisle, a man-shaped stillness framed by beef jerky and chips. Nothing happened. The road carried us away. Mountains faded behind us. Pines became fields again. Cell service came back strong enough that my phone started pinging with notifications I didn't care about. The world did what it always does after something unbearable. It kept being itself. Johnny drove in silence for hours, eyes fixed on the highway, like he'd decided it was the only safe line in existence. His knuckles were white on the wheel. Every time a vehicle appeared behind us in the mirror, his shoulders tightened slightly. At one point in the late afternoon, we stopped at a rest area. Johnny stood by the truck and smoked a cigarette even though he'd quit years ago. He stared out at a line of trees beyond the parking lot and inhaled hard, like the smoke was the only thing that could fill the hollow in his chest. "You okay?" I asked, because it was the only question I had. Johnny exhaled. "No," he said simply, and flicked ash onto the pavement. "But I'm not dead. That was our metric now. Not happiness, not calm, alive." We got back to Spokane late the next day. I slept in my own bed and woke every hour convinced I'd heard the tap from inside the wall. Johnny texted me at 2:17 a.m., just 2 words, "You awake?" I stared at the screen with my thumb hovering. "Yeah," I typed back. A minute later, same, that was the extent of our support for each other. Not because we didn't care, but because putting it into sentences felt like making it bigger. For the next week, my life tried to return to its pre-cabin shape. Work emails, grocery store aisles, traffic, neighbors, the safe boredom of routine. But my body stayed in Montana. Every time I heard a mechanical click seatbelt latch lighter igniting the microwave buttons, I felt a jolt in my ribs. Every time I walked down a hallway in my apartment, I remembered that cabin's hallway, the way it had stretched longer than it should have. Every time I took a shower, I waited for the water pump that didn't exist to start. I washed my face carefully around the scratch. The line on my cheek healed into a thin, pale scar that looked like nothing to anyone else. To me, it was a signature. Johnny called me once and said he couldn't sleep. He didn't elaborate. I didn't ask him to. We both waited for Hollis to call. 2 weeks passed, then 3. And in that stretch of time, the fear did a strange thing. It evolved. At first, it had been loud panic, adrenaline, replaying the fight, the click, the scream. But once those sharp edges dulled, something else remained underneath, colder and harder to name. An uncertainty. Because without a suspect, without an arrest, without a story that ended cleanly, my mind kept reaching for closure like a tongue probing a missing tooth. Who was he? Why that cabin? How long had he been there? How did he know I was coming? At night, the questions grew fangs. Then, on a Thursday afternoon, my phone rang with an unfamiliar Montana number. My stomach clenched so hard I nearly dropped it. I answered and couldn't speak for a second. "This is Detective Hollis," the voice said. Calm, professional. The same tone as before, like he was calling about a lost wallet, not a man in a cabin. "Yeah," I managed. My throat felt tight. "Yeah, hi. I've got information on the firearm," Hollis said. I didn't breathe. "It's registered." He continued to a man named Daniel Rourke. The name hit my ear and slid right off. A stranger's name. A name that didn't belong to anything in my life. "Okay," I said. "Who he's been missing," Hollis said. 5 years. The air in my apartment felt suddenly thin. "Missing," I repeated. "Yes," Hollis said. "Reported missing from a location about 50 miles from where your incident occurred." My mind tried to picture a 50-mile radius in the mountains. It was meaningless. Everything out there was trees and distance and empty roads. "So the guy who attacked us," I began. "No," Hollis said immediately, as if he'd anticipated the assumption. "Based on your descriptions, I don't believe the suspect you encountered was Mr. Rourke." My chest tightened. "Then how? That's what we're trying to determine," Hollis said. His voice remained flat, but there was something under it now, an edge maybe. "We're looking into the possibility that the weapon was stolen or taken from Mr. Rourke." Taken. The word turned my stomach. I gripped my phone harder. The plastic creaked. How do you know he's missing? I asked, even though I knew how missing works. I wanted him to say the words. I wanted the shape of it. Hollis exhaled softly, a sound that suggested he'd said this story too many times to too many people. He went missing in 2018, he said. Left his house to check something on his property. Didn't come back. Search teams never found him. Did they find his gun missing? I asked. His wife reported it was kept in a safe, Hollis said. The safe was found open. My skin prickled. Open like forced, I asked. A pause. No obvious forced entry, Hollis said. That's part of what made the case complicated. Complicated. That meant the same thing out there as it had meant for us, no clean story. I swallowed. So whoever attacked us had his gun, I said. Yes, Hollis replied. At minimum, my mouth went dry. Did you talk to his family? I'm in contact with the lead investigator on that case, Hollis said. The reason I'm calling you is because your report intersects with theirs now. Intersects. Like two lines crossing in a place you didn't want to be. Hollis said a few more things. Case numbers, how we might be contacted, the fact that we should call if we remembered anything else. He didn't offer comfort. He didn't say, we'll catch him. He ended the call the way he started it, calm, procedural. When the call ended, my apartment was quiet in a way that didn't feel safe. It felt like the quiet before something happens. I stared at my phone for a long time. Then I did what everyone does when they're handed a name that doesn't come with a face. I searched it. The first results were local news blurbs, a missing persons database entry, an old Facebook post shared thousands of times with the same desperate caption, "Please help us bring Daniel home." I clicked the missing poster. A photograph filled my screen. Daniel Rourke looked like a normal man. Mid-30s, light brown hair, a soft, tired smile. The kind of face you see in hardware stores and Little League bleachers. The kind of man you wouldn't look twice at in a diner. There was another photo beside it, him with a woman and two kids, all of them smiling in front of a Christmas tree. The kids' faces were blurred slightly by the low resolution. The woman's smile looked strained in the way smiles look when they're taken in the middle of a life you can't imagine losing. I stared at Daniel's face, waiting for some spark of recognition. Nothing. The intruder in our cabin had been older, I thought. His hair had been longer, blacker, oily. His skin had been sallow. His eyes had been too open, too tired in a way that suggested sleeplessness or something worse. Daniel Rourke looked clean, healthy, alive in the way people look before they vanish. I scrolled down. Height 5 feet 11 inches. Weight 180. Last seen wearing a gray hoodie. Owns a cabin property outside a small town. Cabin. My stomach tightened. I clicked another link, an article from a local paper archived online. It described his disappearance in the flat, careful language of journalism, went outside to check a noise. Never returned. Search efforts extensive. No conclusion. Then the article included a quote from his wife. Just a line. But it hit me anyway. He loved being up there. It was his quiet place. Quiet place. I stared at the words until my eyes stung. My hands started to shake again. Not the adrenaline shake from the fight, but something colder. I called Johnny. He answered on the second ring, voice wary like he'd been waiting for bad news for weeks. Yeah, Hollis called, I said. Johnny didn't speak for a second. And he asked, but it came out tight. The gun belonged to a missing man, I said. 5 years missing. Johnny exhaled sharply. Jesus. I told him the name, Daniel Rourke. I told him the distance, about 50 miles from our cabin. I told him the part that made my skin crawl, the safe found open, no forced entry. Johnny was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "So it wasn't his face?" "No," I said. "The poster, he looks normal." Johnny's voice dropped. "Then someone took it from him," he said. "Someone took the gun. And maybe more," I whispered. Johnny didn't disagree. That night I kept scrolling, falling deeper into the case, like my brain needed to find the bottom. I found comments from strangers offering prayers. I found a GoFundMe for search costs. I found photos from volunteer search parties standing in snow with orange vests and tired eyes. Orange vests. Orange fiber. My mind tried to connect things like it was doing a puzzle, like if I could just align enough pieces, the horror would turn into a story with an answer. I almost shut my laptop. I almost forced myself to stop. Then I remembered something Hollis had said almost casually in the phone call. A small detail he'd dropped like it didn't matter. I replayed it until it surfaced clearly. Left his house to check something on his property, Hollis had said. Property. Cabin property. I called Hollis back the next day. He didn't answer. I left a message. He returned my call that evening. "What is it?" he asked. I swallowed. "Where did he go missing from?" I asked. "You said his property. Was it a cabin?" There was a pause, and for a second I imagined him rubbing his face, tired. "Yes," Hollis said. "A cabin property. In the woods," I asked, already knowing. "Yes, in a dip," I said, and my voice sounded strange, like I was saying something superstitious. Another pause, longer this time. "Why?" Hollis asked carefully. I looked at my kitchen wall, at the steady light from my ceiling fixture, and felt the fear press its thumb into my ribs again. "Because ours was in a dip," I said. "Between mountains. Like a pocket." Hollis didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was quieter. "Yeah," he said. "Same kind of terrain." My mouth went dry, so I began. "We've got a few cabins like that," Hollis said, and his tone shifted just slightly from procedural to something more human. Something that sounded like caution. People like them because they feel tucked away. Protected. Protected. I almost laughed, and he vanished from there. I said, "Not a question." "Yes," Hollis replied. I gripped the phone harder. "So this isn't just us," I said. Hollis didn't deny it. He also didn't confirm it the way I wanted him to, with a neat statement like there's a pattern and we're working on it. Instead, he said something that was in its own way worse. "We've had other incidents," he said. "Not all the same, not all reported, but yeah. This isn't the first time someone's gone missing around those pockets." My skin prickled from scalp to spine. After we hung up, I sat in my apartment with my laptop open, the missing poster still on the screen. Daniel Rourke smiling out at me like a man who didn't know he was about to disappear. I thought about the gun in the intruder's hand, how he'd raised it with practiced ease, how the click had sounded clean and confident, how he'd looked annoyed more than surprised when I tackled him, like the fight itself was a detour. A thought formed slowly, heavy and sick. That gun wasn't just a weapon. It was a souvenir. A trophy that had moved from one quiet cabin to another. Evidence that whatever took Daniel Rourke hadn't just taken him. It had taken something from his life and carried it forward like proof of ownership. I closed my laptop, but the image stayed. Not Daniel's face. The cabin in the dip. The kind of place people call peaceful because they can't imagine the darkness that fits inside it, and the realization that made my stomach turn. If the gun had traveled 50 miles through the mountains, passed from one cabin to another like a secret, then the woods weren't just holding a single story. They were holding a line of them, and we had stepped into the same pattern without even knowing it was there. Chapter 4. The cabin follows you home. I went back to my life the way you return to a room after someone breaks into it, physically, present mentally, still listening for movement. Spokane hadn't changed. The same gray morning light. The same lines of cars at the same intersections. The same coffee shops with the same chalkboard menus and the same people staring into their phones like the world was normal because their screens said it was. My apartment building smelled like someone's laundry detergent and stale carpet. The hallway lights buzzed faintly. A neighbor's dog barked in that bored, familiar rhythm. Everything around me insisted nothing had happened. My body disagreed. The first day back at work, I stared too long at small things. The doorknob to the office restroom, the latch on a filing cabinet, the way the elevator's metal doors met with a thin seam. I caught myself studying the seams the way I'd studied the loose window latch in the cabin, as if I could measure safety by how tightly things closed. In meetings, I nodded at the right moments and smiled when people told jokes, but my attention drifted to sound, always sound. The faint click of pens, the hum of HVAC, the soft tick of the building settling, a co-worker's shoes scraping against carpet. At my desk, I kept my phone face down, not because I was being productive, but because any unexpected vibration made my heart jump. I'd caught myself doing it in the motel after the cabin, the way you put the screen down, like it's a trap door you're afraid might open. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't the kind of trauma you see in movies with flashbacks and shaking hands in slow motion. It was smaller. Worse in a way, because it fit inside daily life like a parasite. I started choosing the same seat every time I went to lunch, the one that faced the door. I told myself it was preference. It was habit. It was better lighting. But I knew the truth. I couldn't stand having my back to an exit anymore. I couldn't stand not being able to see who was coming in. The first time I realized I'd changed was in a diner near my apartment. It was one of those places with laminated menus and ketchup bottles that are always sticky around the lid. I went because I didn't want to cook, and because being around other people felt safer than sitting alone in my kitchen with the silence. The hostess led me to a booth by the window, and I started to slide in. Then I froze. The booth faced the wrong direction. If I sat there, the entrance would be behind me. I'd have to turn my head to see it. I'd have to trust the sound of the door opening, the sound of footsteps, the sound of someone approaching. My stomach tightened. My hands went cold. "Actually," I said quickly, voice too bright. "Can I sit over there?" The hostess blinked, then nodded, not caring. She led me to a table near the back where I could face the door. I sat down and felt immediate relief so strong it made me ashamed. Relief because I could watch, because I could measure distance, because the world was less dangerous when it stayed in front of me. I ordered coffee. It came in a thick white mug. The waitress set it down with a dull clunk. I watched her hands. I watched the way the spoon stirred the cream. I watched the door. Halfway through my meal, someone dropped a metal tray near the kitchen. The sound, sharp, sudden, hit my nervous system like a stun gun. I jerked so hard my fork clattered on the plate. A couple at the next table glanced over. I forced a smile, pretending I'd just been startled, like it was funny. Like I wasn't a grown man who'd almost tackled a stranger in a cabin because a gun had clicked instead of firing. I went back to eating, but my appetite had vanished. That was the pattern of my days after Montana. I could do normal things, but only if I stayed alert in the background. Only if I kept part of my attention aimed at threat, like a flashlight beam you never fully turn off. At home, I checked the locks twice at night. Deadbolt chain. Deadbolt again. I told myself it was because my building's lock was old and finicky. It wasn't. I started leaving the hallway light on when I slept. I didn't want darkness in the doorway. I didn't want the long rectangle of the hall stretching toward my room like that cabin hallway. Light made hallways shorter, kinder. Plumbing noises became my enemy. A neighbor's shower starting in the unit above me, the pipes whining and gurgling would make my heart jump. The sound of water rushing through walls, something I'd never paid attention to before, became loaded. Sometimes I'd stand in my bathroom after turning on the faucet and listen for the water to answer back the way it should. If the flow hesitated, if the pipes made an unfamiliar knock, I'd feel that old sick tension rise. Because in my head, an absence wasn't just an absence anymore. It was a message. Johnny handled it differently. We didn't talk about the cabin much. We texted about normal things, sports work, nonsense memes. He sent me a video of a dog falling off a couch and captioned it me after that hike. I laughed because the surface part of my brain wanted to laugh. But every so often the truth leaked out like smoke under a door. A week after we got back, Johnny called me while I was standing in line at a grocery store staring at a wall of cereal like it contained answers. "You ever think about that click?" he asked without greeting. My stomach tightened instantly. I tightened my grip on the basket handle. "Yeah," I said. "All the time." A pause. Then Johnny let out a laugh that wasn't humor. "Man," he said, "I can't stop hearing it." I looked around at the people in line, an old woman with coupons, a dad with a toddler in the cart. Nobody knew what we were talking about. Nobody could hear the ghost of the click in Johnny's voice. "We got lucky," I said. Johnny was quiet a beat. "Yeah," he said. "Lucky." The word had turned sour. We started making jokes about it because jokes were easier than admitting we were afraid. Johnny would send me pictures of his shower handle with the caption, "Pump better start or I'm moving out." I'd reply with a laughing emoji, then stare at the screen too long, feeling my throat tighten. Once my coworker invited me to go camping in the Cascades. I said no too fast. He laughed and asked if I hated nature. I told him I'd done enough nature for a while. What I didn't say was that the idea of sleeping somewhere without locks made my skin crawl now. What I didn't say was that I couldn't stop imagining a man standing between trunks, still like a post, watching the edge of a trail. Normal people don't carry those images to work, so I kept them behind my teeth. The weirdest part wasn't the fear. It was how quickly fear became a habit. 2 weeks after the trip, I found myself doing a check around my apartment before bed windows, door, hallway. Not because I'd heard a sound, just because my body wanted to complete the loop. When I noticed what I was doing, I stopped in the middle of my living room and stared at myself like I'd caught someone else in my skin. I stood there breathing, listening to the building's quiet. Then I forced myself to go to bed without finishing the check, like I was trying to prove something. I lay awake for hours. Eventually, I started doing the check again because it was easier than fighting myself. A month after Montana, the cabin returned in a way I didn't expect. It was a Tuesday. Cold rain. I got home late from work and peeled my hoodie off in the entryway, letting it fall onto the floor. The fabric was damp at the cuffs from the rain. I picked it up to hang it and felt something snag inside the sleeve. At first I thought it was a thread, a loose seam, a piece of lint. I pinched it between my fingers and pulled. A thin orange fiber slid out, bright, synthetic, unmistakable. For a second, my brain refused to connect it to anything. It was too small, too stupid. A piece of rope, maybe. A strand from some cheap bracelet. Something from a grocery bag. But the memory hit anyway, the porch step nail, the orange strand lifting away into the Montana air like a tiny flag. My fingers went numb. I held the fiber up in the light and stared at it. It trembled slightly between my fingertips, not because of the air, but because my hand was shaking. How had it gotten into my hoodie cuff? I hadn't worn that hoodie in Montana. Had I tried to remember. My mind replayed the trip in fragments: gas station coffee, the smell of pine, Johnny's grin, the dim hallway. In one of those fragments, I could see myself on the porch at golden hour, sleeves pushed up, holding a bag, stepping down. Was I wearing this hoodie maybe? Or maybe I was just trying to make the fiber fit into a harmless story, the way I'd tried to make the man in the woods into a hunter. My throat tightened. I walked to the kitchen trash can and dropped the orange fiber in like it was a bug, like it was nothing. It landed on top of coffee grounds and a crumpled receipt. For a second, I just stood there staring at it, waiting for relief. None came. Instead, a new thought formed, slow and cold. If it was truly nothing, why did my body react like it mattered? I pushed down the trash, buried it, tied the bag shut, and took it out to the dumpster immediately, as if distance could erase meaning. The rain slapped my face. The air smelled like wet asphalt. The metal lid of the dumpster was cold under my hands. When I came back inside, I locked the door and checked it twice. Deadbolt, chain. Then I stood in my hallway and listened to the building's quiet, like I was listening for a pump that didn't exist. No tap came, no footsteps, no voice. Just the ordinary hum of a life trying to be normal. I went to bed anyway because I had work in the morning and normal life demands sleep. But as I lay there staring at my ceiling, the orange fiber kept floating in my mind, like it had floated away from that porch nail, small, bright, and impossible to unsee. And the worst part was this. Throwing it away didn't make me feel safer. It made me feel like I'd done something I wasn't supposed to do, like I'd removed a marker, like I'd changed a rule without understanding what the rule was. So I lay awake listening to the pipes, listening to the building settle, listening for what didn't turn on, waiting for the night to remind me that Montana wasn't gone. It had just gotten quieter. Chapter 4. The cabin follows you home. The first echo didn't feel supernatural. That's what makes it so hard to explain without sounding like I'm trying to turn a real fear into a ghost story. It wasn't a shadow in the hallway. It wasn't a voice whispering my name. It wasn't a cold hand on my shoulder. It was a sound. Small. Mechanical. The kind of sound you could dismiss as nothing if you wanted your life to stay intact. It happened a few nights after I threw the orange fiber away. I went to bed early because I'd been running on some kind of half-sleep for weeks. The kind where your body rests, but your brain doesn't. I'd developed a routine without meaning to lock the door twice, check the window latch, set my phone face down, keep a flashlight on the nightstand, like I lived in a blackout zone. When I finally drifted off, it wasn't deep. It never was anymore. Sleep became a shallow pond you floated on, easily rippled by the smallest disturbance. Sometime after 2 a.m., I woke up. Not slowly. Not with a groggy stretch. Instantly. My eyes snapped open like my body had heard something before my mind did. The room was dark except for the faint glow of the streetlight outside a pale rectangle on the wall. My ceiling fan was off. The air felt still. My heart was already pounding. I lay perfectly still and listened. There it was again. Tap. A soft, precise sound from somewhere near the front of my apartment, too far to locate clearly, but close enough that my skin tightened. It wasn't a knock. It wasn't someone pounding on the door. It was a single, careful tap. The sound had the same quality as the gun click in the cabin, not the volume, but the shape of it. Clean, intentional, like something testing a mechanism. Tap, then silence. I held my breath, listening for follow-up footsteps in the hall, a rattle at the lock, the elevator ding, something that would make it ordinary. Nothing came. My body wanted to get up. It wanted to do the thing it always wanted to do, now check, confirm, close the loop. But another part of me, the part that remembered Johnny kneeling in the corner, stayed frozen. Checking meant moving into the dark. Checking meant making noise. Checking meant letting the night know exactly where I was. I stared at the ceiling muscles rigid and forced myself to listen instead of act. A full minute passed. No more tapping. The building hummed softly normal. Distant traffic hissed on wet pavement. Somewhere above me, a neighbor's air conditioner kicked on with a low rumble. Ordinary sounds like the world was offering proof that nothing was wrong. My heart didn't believe it. I reached for my phone without sitting up. The screen lit my face pale blue. 2:41 a.m. The time stuck in my head like a hook. 2:41. I don't know why my brain cared about the exact minute, but it did. Maybe because the cabin had trained me to respect timestamps. Maybe because fear likes patterns. I opened my messages, half expecting to see a missed call from Johnny or a notification from Detective Hollis. Something external. Something with a rational source. Instead, I saw a draft. A new text draft unsent sitting in the message app, like it belonged there. There wasn't a recipient selected. It wasn't addressed to anyone. It was just text in the empty compose field. 4 words. I brought him. I stared at it, waiting for my brain to catch up. My first thought was that it was left over from something, some half-written note, some predictive text glitch. I'd seen stranger bugs. Phones autocorrect. Apps save drafts. Sometimes you accidentally type into a message window while your phone is in your pocket. But the words were too specific. They weren't random letters. They weren't nonsense. They were a sentence. And they were written in my voice. Not literally in my handwriting, obviously digital text is digital text, but in that blunt, casual phrasing I used. The kind of thing I'd type without punctuation. The kind of thing I'd send as a joke if the context was right. Except there was no context. I had no memory of writing it. My thumb hovered over the screen. A rational person would have taken a screenshot, saved it, shown Johnny, shown the police, kept it as proof. I didn't. I deleted it. I deleted it in one smooth motion without thinking, like my hand already knew the steps, backspace, highlight, clear. The words vanished. My stomach sank the moment they were gone. I sat up too fast, blood rushing. My breathing came quick and shallow. "Why did you do that?" my brain screamed. "Because I didn't want to look at it." Another part of me answered, calm and ugly. Because seeing it there made it real. Because if it stayed on the screen, it could turn into something bigger. I stared at the blank compose field, heart hammering. Then I realized my hand was still trembling, not from fear alone, but from recognition. That was what the cabin had taught me. Not how to fight. Not how to win. How to erase. How to smooth things over fast before they could become evidence. I set my phone down and listened again. No tapping, no footsteps, no rattling at the lock. Just the building's hum and my own heart pounding in my ears. Eventually, I lay back down. I told myself it was a glitch, a pocket-typing accident. Something my tired brain had dramatized into a threat. But my body didn't relax. Because the words weren't the only thing that bothered me. It was how quickly I deleted them, how automatic it had felt, like a reflex. The next morning, I told myself I wouldn't bring it up to Johnny. I didn't want to feed the fear by sharing it. I didn't want to sound crazy. I didn't want to make our story bigger than it already was. So of course, by lunchtime, Johnny called. "Hey," he said, voice flat. "Hey," I replied, trying to sound normal. A pause stretched. "You sleeping?" he asked. "Not really," I said, because lying felt pointless now. Johnny exhaled. "Same." I waited. My chest tightened like it knew something was coming. Johnny cleared his throat. "You ever get reminders?" he asked. My mouth went dry. "What kind? The pump," he said. My stomach clenched. Johnny's house had a normal water heater and normal plumbing. No obnoxious cabin pump. No well system. He lived in a standard neighborhood with neighbors who mowed lawns and argued about property lines. But Johnny said pump like it was still out there, still part of him. "What happened?" I asked. Johnny hesitated. Then his words came out fast, like he needed to unload them before he changed his mind. "I was in the shower last night," he said. "Just normal. And the pipes made this sound. Not a big sound. Just this whine, like pressure shifting. My skin prickled. And I swear to God," Johnny continued, voice tightening. "For half a second it sounded like that cabin, like the pump starting." I didn't speak. Johnny kept going. I froze, under the water, like an idiot, just stood there. I pictured it, my brother, confident Johnny, standing motionless in his shower like prey. And then it got louder, he said. "Louder," I echoed. "Yeah," Johnny said. "Not the pipes, not the heater. The sound in my head. Like the pump was right behind the wall." His voice cracked slightly on the last word, and that did something to me. It made it real in a way my own experience hadn't, because Johnny didn't dramatize. Johnny didn't spook easily. Johnny didn't say things like "in my head," unless he had to. "So I shut the water off," he said quickly. "Just off, mid-shower. And I got out and stood there, dripping, shaking, listening." I swallowed. "Did you hear anything else?" "No," Johnny said. "That's the thing. It was nothing. It was just my body. Like it heard the sound and decided we were back there." I stared at my office wall, unable to focus on anything but the memory of that cabin hallway. Johnny's voice dropped. "I haven't told anyone," he said. "Not even," he stopped, then said, "not even Mom." "Me neither," I said before I could stop myself. Johnny paused. "You had something too," he said. Not a question, a recognition. I stared at my desk. My fingers tightened around a pen. "It was stupid," I said. "Probably a glitch." "Tell me," Johnny said. So I did. I told him about waking up to the tap, about my phone, about the draft message. There was silence on the line for a long moment. "You wrote it?" Johnny asked, finally, voice low. "No," I said. "I didn't." "What did it say?" he asked. I hesitated because saying the words out loud felt like pulling them back into the world. "I brought him," I whispered. Johnny's breath hit the phone speaker loud. "That's..." he started. "I deleted it," I said quickly. "Right away." Without thinking. Johnny was quiet again. Then he let out a sound that wasn't quite a laugh and wasn't quite a sob. "Of course you did," he said, and there was something bitter in it. "We're experts at that now." My throat tightened. It was probably pocket typing, I insisted, even though the explanation tasted like cardboard. "Pocket typing doesn't write sentences," Johnny said flatly. I didn't have an answer. We hung up after a while, both of us saying we were fine in the way people say it when they aren't. We went back to our days, meetings, emails, errands, carrying that thin new thread between us, the sense that the cabin had left something behind. That night after work, I stopped at a gas station because I needed milk and didn't want to deal with the grocery store. It was one of those bright chain stations with too many security cameras and a store full of cheap snacks. The parking lot was slick with rain. Neon reflections smeared across the asphalt like spilled paint. I walked inside, grabbed what I needed, and stood in line behind a guy in a hoodie who smelled like cigarettes. The cashier scanned items with bored efficiency. A pop song played over the speakers. Normal. As I paid, the card reader made a soft click. Not loud. Not even unusual. But my stomach clenched anyway, and my fingers twitched, ready to move, ready to react. I left the store and sat in my car for a moment, before turning the key, staring at the glowing dashboard. I thought about the tap, the draft message, Johnny frozen under his shower water. None of it was proof of anything tangible. None of it would make sense to a detective. None of it would hold up in a report. But it meant something to us because it fit the pattern our bodies had learned. The danger wasn't always a person you could see. Sometimes it was just an echo, a small sound, a missing sound, a sentence that appeared where it shouldn't. And the worst part, the part I couldn't stop thinking about, wasn't that the draft existed. It was that my hand had erased it before my mind could even argue, like I'd been trained to keep the story clean, to keep it small, to keep it quiet. So the world could turn ordinary again while something inside the walls stayed listening. Chapter 4. The Cabin Follows You Home. The photo arrived on a morning when I'd almost convinced myself the echoes were mine. That sounds ridiculous, but that's how it works. Your brain tries to heal by blaming itself. If the tap was just the building settling, if the draft was just a glitch, if Johnny's shower panic was just trauma, then the danger stayed in the past. It stayed in Montana. It stayed in a cabin we'd fled and never went back to. So when my phone buzzed at 6:12 a.m. with a notification that read, "Memories new photo added," I barely looked at it. I was half awake, lying on my side, the room gray with early light. I'd been sleeping in thin slices all week, waking every hour like my body was checking in with itself. The buzz felt normal. Phones buzz all the time. Cloud apps sync in the background. Sometimes you take a photo and forget it until it resurfaces later. I opened it without thinking. The screen filled with a dark image that my eyes didn't understand at first. Black shapes, a rectangle of dim light, a blur of wet sheen. Then my brain caught up and the cold hit my stomach like a stone. It was my front porch. At night, rain-slicked wood boards reflecting the porch light, the railing on the right side, the chipped paint on the post I'd been meaning to fix, the little welcome mat my girlfriend had bought me as a joke come back with a warrant darkened by water. The photo was taken from an angle that didn't belong to any camera I owned, not from the street, not from across the parking lot. Close, too close. As if whoever took it had been standing right at the edge of the porch, one step from my door, holding the phone chest high. I sat up so fast, my blanket slid off my legs. My apartment was quiet. The radiator made its normal soft tick. A car passed outside, tires hissing on wet pavement. Somewhere down the hall, a neighbor's door closed. Normal life. Safe life. My hands shook anyway. I stared at the photo and tried to remember taking it. Maybe I'd gone outside at night to throw away trash. Maybe I'd stepped onto the porch and snapped a picture of the rain. Maybe I'd been drunk. No, I hadn't been drunk. I didn't even drink much anymore. The longer I stared, the less the maybe held. Because I could see my own door in the image center frame deadbolt visible, the small metal peephole catching the porch light. And I could see the window beside the door. It was a narrow pane of glass that always reflected the porch light at night. In daylight, it showed the hallway inside. In darkness, it became a mirror. In that reflection, at the far edge of the frame, there was a shape. Tall, vertical, pale enough to stand out against the black. Not a clear face, not details. Just a long, upright form, like someone standing still, slightly off-center, not quite where the camera was pointed. It looked like a post. It looked like the thing Johnny had described between trees. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I zoomed in. The reflection pixelated, smearing into blocks of gray and black. The shape remained no clearer, but not disappearing either. It stayed in the same place, no matter how I pinched and zoomed, like a stain on the image. I felt sweat gather at my hairline. My first instinct was the same instinct I'd had with the draft message. Delete it. Get rid of it before it could be real. I even moved my thumb toward the trash icon. Then I stopped, because I remembered how sick I'd felt after deleting the draft, how automatic it had been, how much it had felt like a trained response. So instead, I forced my hands to do something different. I took a screenshot. My thumb shook so badly I had to try twice, but I got it: the photo on my screen, the timestamp, the reflection, the shape. Then I did something I'd never once done in my life before Montana. I checked the details. In the photo app, there was an info icon. I tapped it, and a panel slid up: date, time, location, file size. The boring metadata most people never look at. The time said 4:07 a.m. I stared at it. 4:07. Not 2:41, but close enough in that same dead zone of night when your body is supposed to be deepest asleep. My stomach turned. Then I saw the location. At first it didn't load, just a spinning circle where the map should be. Then it resolved into a small square of satellite imagery with a pin. The pin was not in Spokane. It wasn't even in Washington. It was in Montana. And not just in Montana. My brain recognized the general area with an awful jolt, the way you recognize a smell that brings back a memory you don't want. Northern Montana, near the county road, near the dip between mountains, near the cabin. I stared at the map until my eyes blurred. No, I whispered out loud to an empty room. My fingers trembled as I tapped again, refreshing it. I told myself it had to be wrong. Location services glitch. Apps tag photos incorrectly. Maybe my phone had cached an old location. Maybe it was pulling from the last place with a strong GPS lock. But I hadn't been in Montana since we fled. I hadn't been within 1,000 miles of that cabin. And yet the metadata sat there calmly, like it was stating a fact. I felt the same anger I'd felt when the deputy asked about drugs, but sharper. This wasn't procedure. This wasn't a question. This was my phone insisting on a reality I couldn't accept. I kept scrolling the details. Uploaded from... The phrase made my skin crawl because it implied a path. The app showed the device that had created the photo. My device. My phone model. My account. It claimed the photo had been taken with my phone at 4:07 a.m. and uploaded to my cloud. As if I'd been standing outside my own door in the rain, holding my phone steady, framing my porch like a photographer. As if I'd done it while I slept. My breath came short. I felt lightheaded. I threw the covers off and crossed my apartment in bare feet, moving too fast. I went to the front door, pressed my ear to it like an idiot listening for anything. Nothing. I checked the deadbolt. Locked. I checked the chain. Locked. I glanced at the peephole. The hallway outside was empty. Then I opened the door anyway because fear is stupid and desperate. The hall smelled like someone's laundry and stale carpet. The light was too bright. Everything looked ordinary. I stepped onto my porch. The wood boards were damp from last night's rain. The air smelled like wet asphalt. The welcome mat lay exactly where it always did, its stupid joke text half faded. I stood there barefoot and shaking, staring at the same angle the photo had been taken from. The distance matched. The height matched. The framing. It was like someone had stood right where I stood and taken a picture of my door. I looked at the window beside the door and tried to see the reflection the photo had captured. In daylight, it showed nothing but the hallway inside my apartment. No tall, vertical shape. No pale presence, just me standing there, pale and small. I backed inside and shut the door hard. The lock clicked. I leaned my forehead against the wood and tried to breathe. Then I called Johnny. He answered on the first ring, voice groggy. "What's wrong? I got a photo," I said, and the words came out too fast. A new photo in my cloud. I didn't take it. Silence. Then Johnny said, "What kind of photo?" "My porch," I whispered. "At night, like someone stood right in front of my door and took it. And there's a reflection, Jesus," Johnny muttered. "And the metadata says it was taken in Montana," I blurted, voice breaking, "near the cabin." Johnny didn't speak for a long moment. When he finally did, his voice was low and tight. "That's not possible." "I know," I said, and my throat burned. "But it's there." "Send it," Johnny said immediately. I hesitated. Sending it felt like spreading it, like letting the thing travel, but I sent it anyway. A minute later, Johnny texted back, "Holy shit." "Then there's something in the window. Then why does it say Montana?" My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped the phone. I sank onto my couch, staring at the image again, forcing my brain to do what it hated, stay with it. The reflection, the shape, the angle, the calmness of the metadata. It was like a receipt, exactly like Johnny had said, proof of a transaction I didn't remember making. For the rest of the day, I couldn't work. I sat at my desk with my laptop open and stared at spreadsheets like they were written in a foreign language. My mind kept returning to the same thought, circling it like a sore tongue. If the photo wasn't taken by me, then who took it? If it was taken by me, then how? And if the metadata pointed to Montana, what did that mean? My rational brain offered explanations like life rafts, GPS glitch, app error, cached location, someone hacked my account. But none of those explanations accounted for the reflection. None of them accounted for the fact that the photo's angle matched a human standing close to my door. None of them accounted for how my phone in my apartment, could produce a file that carried the cabin's geography like a stain. That night, I changed my passwords. I turned on two-factor authentication. I logged out of everything and logged back in. I did all the normal things you do when technology betrays you. It didn't make me feel better. Because the fear wasn't just that someone could access my account. It was the pattern. Tap in the night. Draft message in my voice. Photo from my porch with a shape in the reflection. Metadata pointing back to the cabin like a finger. Each echo wasn't a full event. It was a nudge. A small disturbance designed to make me do the same thing over and over. Check, delete, stay quiet, keep it to myself. And that's when I understood what had really followed me home. Not a person in the literal sense hiding in my closet. Something more efficient. A system. A way of living that my body had learned in that cabin. Listen harder, move less, erase proof, don't call attention, don't invite help until it's too late. The photo didn't prove the intruder was in Spokane. It proved something else, something colder. That the cabin wasn't only a place on a map. It was a pattern that could attach to you, hook into your habits, your reflexes, your need to keep the night quiet. And once it attached, it didn't need to stand in your trees anymore. It only needed you to keep acting like it might. Chapter 5. Johnny breaks. Johnny called me at 12:38 a.m., not texted. Called. Johnny hated phone calls. He was the kind of person who would rather send a 3-word text and let you fill in the emotion yourself. A call meant something had punched through his pride. My phone buzzed on the nightstand screen, lighting the dark room. His name sat there like a weight. I answered on the first ring. "Yeah," I said, voice rough with sleep. For a second there was only breathing on the line, slow, careful, like he was deciding whether to speak. Then Johnny said, "You awake?" I sat up. The hairs on my arms lifted. Yeah, I lied, though my heart had already started racing. "What's up?" Another pause. His voice came through different than usual, not drunk, not crying, not hysterical. Just off, flattened, like he was talking from somewhere far away. "I can't do this," he said. I stared into the darkness of my room. "Do what? Pretend it was nothing," Johnny said, and his words felt like a nail pressed into a bruise. "Pretend it's over." My throat tightened. "What happened?" Johnny exhaled slow. I could hear the faint hum of something in the background on his end, maybe his fridge, maybe a fan, ordinary house noise. It made the call feel even stranger, like fear had picked him up in a normal room and shaken him anyway. "I've been thinking about that first night," Johnny said. "About what I told you. About waiting until dark." I didn't speak. I already felt where this was going. Johnny swallowed. "I heard it. I didn't tell you everything." My stomach dropped. "What did you leave out?" I asked, and my voice came out sharper than I meant it to. There was a soft sound on the line, Johnny rubbing his hand over his face maybe. A habitual gesture. I pictured him sitting on the edge of his bed phone, pressed to his ear, staring at his floor like it could hold him. "I lied," he said. The word hit harder than any of the supernatural-sounding things that had happened since. Because a lie meant choice. It meant Johnny had decided what I could handle, what I deserved to know. About what I asked. "About waiting," he said quietly. I felt anger flare hot in my chest. "Johnny, let me talk." He cut in, but his voice wasn't firm. It was pleading. "Just let me get it out." I clenched my jaw and said nothing. "I told you I waited until it got dark because I didn't want to lead him back," Johnny said. And that was partly true. That was the logic I wanted it to be. My fingers tightened on the phone. "But that's not why I stopped," he continued. The silence between his sentences was thick, like he had to shove the words out. "I stopped because I heard him," Johnny said. My stomach turned. "What do you mean you heard him?" I asked, voice low. Johnny hesitated. Then I heard a whistle. A cold prickle ran up my spine. "A whistle, yeah," Johnny said. Soft. Not like someone calling a dog, like someone trying to get your attention without letting anyone else hear. I squeezed my eyes shut, and suddenly I was back on that trail headlamp halo branches, tapping like fingernails. "I didn't think anything of it at first," Johnny said, "because you hear stuff in the woods. Birds whined, whatever. But this was different. It wasn't random." He inhaled sharply, like the memory still hurt. "It happened right after I saw him standing there." My grip tightened. "So he whistled at you?" Johnny's voice dropped. "No." A beat. He whistled my name. My mouth went dry. "That's impossible," I whispered automatically, stupidly, like the word impossible could protect me. Johnny let out a breath that sounded like a laugh strangled in his throat. "Yeah," he said. "That's what I thought. That's why I didn't tell you." My heart hammered. What did it sound like? Johnny's answer came too fast, like he'd rehearsed it in his head for weeks. "Like you," he said. "Like your tone when you're trying to be quiet but you're annoyed. Like you're calling me because I'm walking too far ahead on a trail." I felt a wave of nausea. "No, I swear to God," Johnny said. "It was Johnny." Just once. Not loud. Not friendly. Just said like it knew how to shape the word. I sat in my bed sweating despite the cold room. My brain tried to reject it. People don't mimic names like that. That belongs in stories, not in real life. But this had already stopped being a normal story. "What did you do?" I asked, and my voice sounded far away. Johnny swallowed. "I froze," he said. I stopped walking like an idiot, and I listened. And then I heard it again, quieter, like it was farther back in the trees. My skin crawled. And that's when the fear hit, Johnny continued. Not bear fear, not I might get hurt fear. The other kind. The kind where you realize something is making a choice. A faint tremor came into his voice, the first crack in the flatness. So I stepped off the trail, he said. I went into the brush. Why, I demanded before I could stop myself. Because I didn't want him to see what I was going to do, Johnny said. I stared at the wall, trying to picture my brother pushing through pine branches, leaving the open trail. Every survival article says don't do that. Stay visible. Stay on the path. But those rules assume the danger is accidental. This wasn't accidental, I hid, Johnny said. The word hung there like something shameful. I got behind a cluster of downed logs, he went on, and I crouched there like a kid. I held my breath. I watched the trail through the branches. My anger flared again, sharp. You told me you kept walking, I said. You told me you looped. I know, Johnny said quickly. I know. I told you that because it made me sound smarter, like I had control, like I wasn't just, he exhaled, like I wasn't just scared. I pressed my thumb hard against my forehead, trying to stop my thoughts from scattering. How long did you hide? I asked. Johnny's voice went quieter. I don't know. 10 minutes, 15. Time didn't feel right. My stomach tightened. Did you see him? A pause. Then Johnny said, yes. My whole body went cold. I saw him step onto the trail, Johnny said. Not fully, just enough. Like he was checking. Like he knew I was there but wanted me to show myself. Goose flesh rose on my arms. I watched him from behind branches, Johnny continued. And he didn't act like someone looking for another person. What did he do? I asked. Johnny's breath came uneven now. He stood, he said. He stood there and tilted his head like he was listening, like he could hear me breathing even though I wasn't. I felt my throat tighten until swallowing hurt. And then Johnny said, and his voice shook, he whistled again. My stomach lurched. Not my name that time, Johnny said. Just a sound. Like he was calling something. Or like he was letting something know where he was. I stared at my hands, fingers clenched on the phone. And then he stepped off the trail, Johnny whispered. Into the trees, into the direction of the cabin. My heart kicked hard in my chest. Ahead, I breathed, remembering what he'd admitted on the porch. Like he knew. Yeah, Johnny said. Like he knew. A long silence stretched. I could hear Johnny's breathing on the other end, rougher now. I felt anger, hot and ugly. Not just at Johnny for lying, but at myself for accepting the lie because it was easier. Because it let us file the fear away as weird hunter instead of something that knows our names. Why didn't you tell me? I asked finally. My voice was tight. Johnny exhaled. Because if I said it out loud, he said it meant it was real. I swallowed hard. It was real anyway. Johnny didn't answer. After a moment, he said, "There's another thing." My stomach dropped again. What? The room, Johnny said. The bedroom, when I went in to shower. I stiffened. I could see him again, shirt off, tired, heading down the hall. The moment before, everything snapped. I've been thinking about the smell, Johnny said, voice low. You remember you said the cabin smelled musty. Old wood. Smoke. Yeah, I said. That bedroom smelled different, Johnny said. Not old, not dusty, not nobody's been here. My skin prickled. It smelled lived in, he said. Stale sweat. Like someone had been sleeping in there. And metal. That penny smell. My mouth went dry. You think he was inside? Before I whispered. Johnny let out a slow breath. "I think he was inside while we were hiking," he said. "Or before we even arrived. I think he'd been using that room." I felt anger surge so hard it made my vision blur. "Why didn't you say anything?" I snapped. Johnny flinched in his voice. "Because I wasn't sure," he said quickly. "Because my brain was trying to be normal. Because I didn't want to turn around and go home and admit we were scared of nothing." "Nothing," I repeated, incredulous. "You heard him say your name. You smelled sweat in the room. You saw him in the trees." "I know," Johnny whispered. "I know. But I kept telling myself it was just paranoia. I kept telling myself we were tired, that I'd spooked myself, that you'd say I was making it up." The anger in me shifted, twisting into something sharper and sadder. "You didn't trust me," I said. Johnny was quiet. Then, in a small voice that didn't sound like him, he said, "I didn't trust myself." That landed harder than any accusation, because I understood it. I'd done the same thing with the draft message. I'd erased it because I didn't trust myself to handle what it meant. We sat in silence, two grown men on opposite ends of a phone line, both of us listening to our own houses, as if they were strangers. Then Johnny spoke again, and his voice was almost a whisper. "When I was hiding out there," he said after he whistled, "I heard something else." My stomach clenched. What Johnny swallowed. "Another whistle," he said. Not the same tone. Lower, farther away. Like an answer. I felt cold spread across my skin. Johnny's voice shook. "That's when I decided to wait," he said. "Not because it was smart, because I was terrified. Because it felt like if I moved, they'd know exactly where I was. They, plural. I wanted to tell him he was wrong, that he was spiraling, that trauma makes patterns out of noise. But the photo on my phone, the draft message, the Montana metadata, none of it let me pretend anymore." "So you waited?" I said, voice hollow. "Yeah," Johnny whispered. "And then I told you I waited because I didn't want to lead him home. Because that sounded like a choice, like a strategy." I closed my eyes and felt my anger drain into exhaustion. "Johnny," I said quietly, "we minimized it because we wanted it to be survivable." He didn't argue. He just breathed on the line, and I heard something that made my throat tighten again. Not a tap, not a click. A quiet, broken sound, like my brother was trying very hard not to cry. After a long minute, Johnny said, "I don't know what to do with it." Neither did I. Because now, in addition to everything else, we had to hold this new version of the first night, one where the woods knew Johnny's name, one where the cabin room smelled like someone else's body, one where my brother hid in brush like a child because something whistled like me. The truth didn't make us safer. It just made the darkness larger. When we finally hung up, my room felt too quiet. I stared at my ceiling and listened for my building's normal noises. And in that listening, I realized something that made my chest go tight again. Johnny had lied, to make the story easier to live with. I had accepted the lie for the same reason, which meant whatever had been out there didn't just scare us. It shaped how we told the story. It taught us to choose the version that sounded reasonable, to keep the parts that didn't fit locked away. And now that Johnny had opened that door, I couldn't stop imagining the sound of my own voice, soft, annoyed, whispering his name from the trees, trying to lure him out of hiding. That thought stayed with me long after the call ended. Not because I believed in monsters, because I believed in something worse, that someone had listened to us long enough to learn the shape of our voices, and then used it. Chapter 5. Johnny breaks. Johnny didn't tell me about the drawer until 2 nights after that call. I'd gone to work like normal, answered emails, nodded through meetings, laughed at a coworker's joke about how winter was coming too early. I'd gone through the motions while my mind stayed snagged on Johnny's confession. My name whistled from trees, a second whistle, answering the bedroom, smelling lived in. When you learn a new detail about a trauma, it doesn't feel like new information. It feels like the past shifts shape, like your memory rearranges itself, and suddenly there are rooms you didn't know were there. I'd spent the day thinking about that hidden rooms. Then my phone rang again after midnight. Johnny. I answered, and didn't bother with hello this time. What I said already tense. Johnny's voice came through quiet, like he was speaking with his mouth half covered. I need you to listen, he said. My stomach tightened. Okay. I kept something he said. I sat up in bed. The darkness in my room felt thicker. Kept what a pause, then Johnny said, from the cabin. My chest went cold. Johnny, what the hell are you talking about? I didn't tell Hollis everything he said, and there was something defensive in his tone now, like he'd already rehearsed the argument in his head and was bracing for my reaction. What did you keep? I asked again, slower, because a part of me already knew the answer and didn't want it. Johnny exhaled. A piece of it, he said. A scrap. I rubbed my face with my free hand. Why? Because I needed it, Johnny said, and the words came out rough. Because after we left, it started feeling like a dream, like it didn't really happen, like my brain was going to sand it down and tell me I overreacted. My throat tightened. I understood that urge too well. The human mind hates chaos. It will rewrite terror into something tolerable if you let it. Johnny, I said, voice tight. You told me you didn't want it to be real. I didn't, he said. But it was. And I needed proof that I wasn't losing it. I stared at the wall beside my bed, trying to keep my breathing steady. What did you take? There was a soft sound on the line, plastic rustling. Johnny moving. A strip, he said. From the tape. Or the cord. I don't even know which. Just a small piece. I pictured it immediately, the frantic tying the ripping tape, the extension cord biting into dirty wrists, the way we'd tried to turn bedsheets into restraints. Where is it? I asked. In a bag, Johnny said. Ziploc. In my drawer. My mouth went dry. You kept evidence. Johnny flinched in his voice. I didn't keep it as a souvenir, he said quickly. I kept it so it would feel real. The phrase hit me like a slap because it sounded like something I would have said if I'd been the one to do it. It sounded like the truth, ugly and human. I sat there in the dark, phone pressed to my ear, and anger flared hot. You should have given it to the police, I said. Johnny, what the fuck? I know. He snapped back, suddenly sharp. I know. You think I don't know that? Then why didn't you? I demanded. Johnny's breathing came louder on the line. Because they stopped calling, he said. Because after the gun laid went cold, it was like we became a file they put on a shelf. Hollis said he'd update us. He didn't. I called. I left messages. I got nothing back. That doesn't mean you keep evidence, I said. It wasn't evidence, Johnny said, voice raw. Not to them. To them it was tape residue on an old cabin floor. To me it was, he stopped, swallowed. To me it was the only thing that proved I didn't imagine the way he looked at me. My anger shifted into something complicated and heavy. Johnny, I said softer, this isn't a movie. You don't get to keep trophies. I know, he said quickly. I know, that's not what it is. But the word trophy hung in the air anyway, and it made my stomach turn because it dragged my mind back to the gun, Daniel Rourke's gun, traveling through the mountains like a souvenir of violence. We sat in silence for a beat. Then Johnny said, I want you to see it. My skin prickled. Why? Because you won't believe me unless you see it, he said. And because I need someone else to know it exists, not just me. My throat tightened. Are you asking me to come over? Johnny said. Not tonight, just tomorrow, or whenever. I'll show you. I needed to tell you. I stared at the darkness at the foot of my bed, imagining Johnny's house, his bedroom, a drawer with a Ziploc bag inside like a secret. What does it look like? I asked, voice low. Johnny hesitated. Small, he said, like a sliver, a strip of black tape maybe with a bit of fiber stuck to it, or cord sheath. I don't know. It's just dirty. Dirty. The word made me picture grime under fingernails, the cabin floor, the intruder's smell of stale sweat and metal. Why would you want that in your house? I asked. Johnny's voice dropped. Because if I put it somewhere else, he said, it would feel like I'm admitting it can follow me. My stomach tightened at the phrasing. Follow. As if the scrap itself had legs. As if it was a thing you had to negotiate with. I heard myself exhale slow, trying to keep my voice steady. This is how people get obsessed, I said. This is how you ruin your life, Johnny. He didn't deny it. He just said, my life already got ruined a little. That landed hard because it was true. The cabin had moved into our lives like a stain, and we were still trying to pretend it washed out. Look, I said finally, forcing myself into practicality, because emotion felt useless. If you have something from that night, you give it to Hollis. You call him again, and if he doesn't respond, you show up at the station. You don't keep it in a drawer. Johnny let out a humorless laugh. You think I haven't tried, he said. You think I haven't sat on hold and listened to a receptionist tell me he's out of office? My jaw tightened. Then you go above him. To who? Johnny snapped. State Police, FBI, you know how it looks. 2 guys got scared in a cabin, and now they're calling everyone because they found a piece of tape. It's not just a piece of tape, I said, and my voice rose despite myself. It's the only physical thing we have besides a gun that belongs to a missing man. Johnny was quiet. I could hear him breathing heavy, like he'd been waiting for me to say that out loud. That's why I kept it, he said finally, voice low. Because it's the only thing that felt like ours. Like proof of what happened to us, not just to some stranger who vanished 5 years ago. My throat burned. In my head, I saw the cabin floor again, the scraps of sheet and tape the deputies collected. I saw them bagging it like trash. I saw Hollis's tired face saying, "We'll run it," the words already hollow. I understood Johnny's impulse, and that made me angrier. Because understanding meant I could imagine myself doing the same thing. I could imagine grabbing some small thing from that cabin before leaving the orange fiber, a scrap of tape, anything, because I'd needed something solid to hold on to. Instead, I'd deleted the draft message. I'd thrown the orange fiber away. I'd erased evidence because it made me feel safer in the moment. Johnny had done the opposite. He'd kept evidence because it made him feel sane. 2 different survival instincts, both dangerous. What drawer? I asked, and my voice sounded calm now in a way that scared me. Johnny hesitated, then answered anyway. Top right, he said. Bedside, under socks, like it was just another item in his life. Do you look at it? I asked. A pause. Then sometimes, my stomach turned. Why? I demanded. Because when I start thinking maybe it was a hallucination, Johnny said, and his voice cracked. I open the drawer, and I see it, and I remember the smell, and the sound, and his eyes, and then I know I'm not crazy. I closed my eyes, feeling a wave of nausea. Johnny, I whispered, that's not helping you. It helps me not lie to myself, he said. A beat of silence. Then Johnny added quieter. And sometimes I open it because I want to make sure it's still there. My skin prickled. Like you're checking on it, I said. Yeah, Johnny admitted. The word sat between us, and it felt like a new kind of fear. Not the fear of a man in a cabin with a gun. A smaller fear, more domestic, a fear of what you keep in your home when you can't let go. Okay, I said finally, because I needed to end the spiral. Tomorrow. You show me. Then we figure out what to do. Johnny exhaled, and for the first time on the call, he sounded slightly relieved. Okay, he said. But after we hung up, I lay awake for a long time, staring at the ceiling, thinking about a Ziploc bag in a drawer. Not because of what was inside it, because of what it represented. A receipt. Proof that a transaction had occurred between us and the woods. A small physical reminder that something had entered our lives and left a mark, and that Johnny had chosen to keep that mark close, like he was afraid that if he let it go, the story would disappear, and with it, his right to be afraid. Outside my apartment, a car passed, tires hissing on wet pavement. Somewhere in the building, a pipe ticked. And my body listened, as it always did now, not just for the sounds that happened, but for what might stop happening next. Because the idea of evidence in a drawer didn't make me feel safer. It made me feel like we were still participating in whatever had started in that cabin. Like we were still paying. Chapter 5, Johnny Breaks. I didn't make it to Johnny's house the next day. That wasn't a choice. It was one of those situations where the world seems to arrange itself around your fear, like it knows exactly what you're planning and decides to interrupt. My boss pulled me into an emergency meeting. A deadline shifted. Then my car battery decided to die in the parking lot after work, forcing me to wait under fluorescent lights in an auto shop lobby, while a kid half my age told me about alternators like I cared. By the time I got home, it was late and raining again, the kind of steady cold rain that makes the whole city smell like wet concrete. I stood in my kitchen, listening to the refrigerator hum, and tried to convince myself I'd go see Johnny the next day instead. I was still standing there staring at nothing when my phone rang. Johnny. I answered immediately. I'm sorry I started. Today don't, Johnny said. His voice cut through me like a blade. Not angry, not even loud, just wrong. I froze with the phone at my ear. Johnny, I said carefully. There was breathing on the line, slow and uneven, like he'd been running without moving. I opened the drawer, he said. My stomach tightened. Okay. And it smells like pennies, he whispered. My skin prickled so hard it felt like my scalp tightened. What I said. Johnny didn't answer right away. I heard him swallow, heard the quiet rustle of fabric like he was sitting on his bed moving his weight. It woke me up, he said finally. The smell. I stared at my kitchen wall, goose flesh rising along my arms. Smell doesn't wake you up, I said more to myself than to him. It did, Johnny replied, voice thin. It was like opening a jar of change, like blood without the blood. It was in my nose before I was even awake. I tried to breathe. My lungs felt too small. What time, I asked. Johnny exhaled. 2:13. The number hit me like a punch. Not because it was some magic time, because it was the same dead zone. The same part of night where your body shouldn't be alert. Okay, I said slowly. Okay, maybe something in your room. Plumbing, old No Johnny interrupted, and the sharpness in his voice made me shut up. Listen. I listened. In the background, I could hear the faint hiss of a fan or heater, the soft creak of a house settling, ordinary sounds trying to wear a normal mask over something else. I woke up and I thought I was back there, Johnny said, in that cabin. Like I could feel the cold in the hallway, like I could hear the pump not starting. My throat tightened. What did you do? I didn't move at first, Johnny whispered. I just lay there with my eyes open, smelling it, waiting to hear something else. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was lower. And then I realized the smell was coming from my nightstand. My stomach dropped. "The drawer," I said. "Yeah," Johnny whispered. The drawer. I pictured it too clearly, Johnny's bedroom, his nightstand top right drawer under socks, the Ziploc bag tucked in like a secret. The same drawer he'd opened sometimes to reassure himself he wasn't crazy. "What happened?" I asked, voice tight. Johnny took a shuddering breath. "I opened it," he said. Slow. I held my breath without meaning to. And the bag was... Johnny's voice faltered, and for a second I thought he might stop. Then he forced the words out. The bag was torn. My mouth went dry. Torn how I asked. There was a sound on the line, Johnny laughing, but it wasn't humor. It was disbelief curdling into something darker. From the inside, he said. Cold crawled up my spine. "Johnny," I said, and my voice came out too soft. "That doesn't make sense." "I know," he snapped, then immediately went quiet again, as if the volume scared him. "I know it doesn't." I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to picture how a Ziploc bag tears. You grip it, you pull. It rips unevenly jagged. It doesn't tear clean unless you cut it. And Johnny was telling me it looked like something had pushed outward, like something inside the bag had needed room. "What about the strip?" I asked. Another pause, longer this time. Johnny didn't answer. "Johnny," I said again, sharper now. "What about the strip?" His voice came back, barely audible. "It's gone." My stomach lurched. "No," I said automatically, stupidly, like denial was a tool. "No, it can't be." "It's gone," Johnny repeated. I heard him breathing harder now, like he was trying not to hyperventilate. "I stared at the drawer for a long time," he said. "Like if I stared hard enough, it would show up. Like it would be under the socks or stuck in the corner or something." "Maybe it fell," I said quickly. Maybe when you opened the drawer, Johnny made a sound like a snort. "It was in a sealed bag," he said. "In a drawer that was closed. Under socks. I didn't take it out yesterday. I didn't touch it." My fingers tightened around the phone until it hurt. "Did you search the room?" I asked. Johnny exhaled. "Yeah," he said. I got up and turned on every light. I checked under the bed. I checked the closet. I checked the trash. I shook out the socks like an idiot. He paused. "Nothing." I swallowed hard. "Could someone have been in your house?" Johnny went silent. The silence was answer enough. "I don't know," he whispered finally. "I don't know, man." I could hear the fear now finally breaking through his controlled tone. It sat under every word like a tremor. "My doors were locked," he said. "My windows were locked. I have cameras outside. They didn't alert." The mention of cameras made my skin prickle. In the cabin, the danger had been physical woods, darkness locks that didn't lock. In the city, we'd trusted technology to be an extra layer of reality. And now Johnny was saying reality had slipped past it. "What about the bag?" I asked. Is it ripped open?" Or Johnny's voice went lower. "It's not just ripped," he said. My stomach tightened. "What do you mean?" He hesitated, and I could tell he didn't want to say it. "Because saying it would make it bigger." "It's wet," he whispered. I felt nausea rise. Wet how I asked, though I already hated the question. Johnny swallowed. Like it was dipped in water," he said. "Or like something inside it." Sweated. I stared at my kitchen sink, at the thin silver line of the faucet, and felt my skin go cold. "Johnny," I said, voice shaking. This is insane." "I know," he said quickly, and there was desperation in it. "I know. That's why I'm calling you. Because I can't." His breath hitched. I can't hold this by myself anymore. I swallowed, trying to force my brain to stay logical. Maybe it's a prank, I said, even though it sounded weak. Maybe someone found your key. Or Johnny cut me off. Who would know, he asked, voice sharp. Who would even know it's there? I had no answer. Because that was the point. The drawer had been a secret. A stupid, shameful secret. Except secrets have a way of becoming invitations. Johnny's breathing steadied slightly, like he was forcing himself to talk through it. After I searched, he said, I sat on the edge of the bed and I just stared at the drawer. I pictured him there, shoulders hunched, eyes fixed on a small piece of furniture like it was a predator. And I realized something he whispered. What I asked. Johnny's voice dropped into something almost flat, like he'd crossed a threshold. I realized I kept it like a receipt, he said. The word hit me hard. Receipt. Proof of purchase. Proof you paid. Johnny continued, and his voice sounded distant. I told myself it was proof, he said. Proof it happened. Proof I wasn't crazy. Proof I wasn't making it up. He paused. But proof isn't something you keep under your socks. My throat tightened. Proof is something you give to someone who can do something with it, Johnny said. Evidence, police, court, something outside of you. His breath came slow. What I kept wasn't evidence, he whispered. It was mine, like a token. I felt cold spread across my skin because I could see the logic forming in him, sharp and ugly. And if it was a token, Johnny said, then keeping it meant I accepted the transaction. I stared at the dark window over my sink, my own reflection faint in it. Transaction. Like the gun passed from a missing man to an intruder. Like the orange fiber snagged on a porch nail. Like the draft message appearing in my phone. Like the photo's metadata pointing back to the cabin. All receipts. All proof that something had been exchanged. Johnny's voice went smaller. And then when it was gone, he whispered, I realized it wasn't mine to keep. My throat burned. What are you saying? I asked. Johnny hesitated. Then he said it quiet, like he didn't want the words to be overheard even through a phone. It doesn't want us dead, he whispered. I froze. It wants us trained, Johnny said. The sentence landed like a cold hand on my spine. Johnny, I began, but my voice failed. He kept going as if he needed to finish before he lost courage. Think about it, he said, voice shaking. It didn't kill us when it had the chance. The gun wasn't loaded. Or it didn't fire. Whatever. It could have done something worse. It could have. He stopped, swallowed hard. But it didn't. I remembered the click. I remembered the annoyed look in the intruder's eyes, as if our panic was expected. Instead, Johnny whispered it, watched. It waited. It got inside. It learned our habits. It learned you'd come looking for me. It knew you'd open the door. My mouth went dry. And when I kept that strip, Johnny said I thought I was holding on to proof. But maybe it was holding on to me. I felt my chest tighten until breathing hurt. What do we do? I asked, and I hated how small my voice sounded. Johnny laughed again, once bitter. I don't know, he said, but I know this, I'm done keeping souvenirs. I'm done keeping receipts. The word receipt echoed in my head. On the line, Johnny's breathing changed. I heard him stand up, footsteps moving away from the phone. I heard a drawer open, a soft scrape, then a slam. What are you doing? I asked sharply. Johnny didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was farther from the phone, louder, as if he needed space from the fear. I'm throwing it out, he said. My stomach dropped. Johnny, wait. It's already gone, he snapped. There's nothing to throw out. He came back closer to the phone, breath harsh. I'm throwing out the bag, he said. The whole damn drawer if I have to. I swallowed hard. Call Hollis, I said. Call the cops. Show them. Johnny's voice went flat again. And say what he asked. My Ziploc bag tore itself and my tape strip disappeared. They'll tell me I'm stressed. They'll tell me to change my locks. Change your locks, I echoed helplessly. Johnny was quiet for a long moment. Then he said softer, I already did. My skin prickled. When last week, Johnny said, after the photo you sent me, after the draft message, I changed the locks, put in a new deadbolt. Didn't tell you because he exhaled, because it sounded crazy. I stared at my own door across the apartment at the deadbolt and chain like they were suddenly decorative. Johnny's voice dropped again into a whisper. The smell is still here, he said. My stomach clenched. In your room, yeah, he whispered. It's faint now, but it's in the air, like it's soaked into something. I pictured it seeping into his sheets, his pillow, his clothes, a metallic scent hanging around his nightstand like a stain. You want me to come over? I asked, and my voice shook. Johnny paused. No, he said. Not tonight. A beat. Just stay on the phone with me, he whispered, so I did. I sat at my kitchen table with the phone pressed to my ear and listened to my brother breathe in the dark. I listened to the faint hum of his house. I listened to the absence of taps, and in that long, quiet stretch, my mind kept returning to the torn bag. Not ripped by hands, not cut by scissors, torn outward like something inside had pushed free. As if the proof had never been proof at all, as if it had been a marker, a receipt. And when Johnny tried to keep it, he'd only proven the one thing the system needed from us, that we'd play our part, that we'd hold the evidence close, that we'd keep checking, that we'd keep living with the possibility. And that maybe was the real trap, one that didn't end in death, one that ended in training. Chapter 6. Going back without going back. There's a point where fear stops being sharp and starts being heavy. The first weeks after Montana, my mind had been all motion replays, jolts, instinctive checks. But once the echoes began, draft messages, photos, the drawer fear changed shape. It settled into me like sediment. It didn't scream anymore. It pressed. And the pressure came from one simple thing I didn't know. Not knowing is a kind of poison. It fills every empty space. It turns ordinary nights into questions. It turns every strange sound into a possibility. Who was he? How long had he been in that cabin? Why that place? And why did it feel like the story was still unfolding? Even though we'd left the mountains behind, I tried to do what normal people do when they can't stop thinking about something, distract myself. Work, gym, streaming shows, lunch with friends. It didn't work, because every distraction required a part of me to pretend I didn't have a hole in my life the shape of a cabin hallway. One night after another failed attempt at sleep, I sat up in bed and opened my laptop. It was 1:50 a.m., the kind of time where the world feels thin. My apartment was quiet except for the fridge hum and a distant truck passing on wet streets. I didn't turn on a lamp. I let the screen glow, light my hands, like I was doing something secret. I typed in the cabin's general area county nearest town, the name Johnny's co-worker had given him when he passed along the rental details. I pulled up a map and zoomed in until roads became pale lines threading through green. I started with the easy stuff: rental listing sites, vacation cabin directories, Google reviews. Nothing obvious, which didn't surprise me. Some cabins out there are passed around privately, friends of friends, work connections, handshake deals. Not everything is an Airbnb, so I went deeper. I searched the county property records like I was looking for a ghost in paperwork. Montana counties have these old, clunky websites that look like they were built in 2007 and never updated. Search fields, PDF scans, parcel numbers, names typed in all caps. I used the description Johnny had: a family cabin rented through a coworker, been in the family forever. That meant a last name likely, a deed, a record. It took hours and it felt like digging with bare hands. I found myself clicking through records the way you click through a stranger's social media after a bad date, half curiosity, half compulsion. Parcel maps, tax assessments, deed transfers. At some point the sun was going to rise and I'd still be there hunting for a name like it was a weapon. Eventually I found a match. A parcel tucked into a dip off a county road owned by a man named Harold Vance. The name meant nothing to me, but the address listed, if you could call it an address, matched the turnoffs we'd taken. The parcel map showed a small structure in the exact pocket between slopes. My stomach tightened. I clicked deeper. Harold Vance had owned it for years. Before him, it had been in another Vance name. Family transfer, family place. My fingers hovered over the screen. A normal person would have stopped there, called the sheriff, handed them the name, and let the system handle it. But the system had already shown us what it did. With stories like ours, it filed them. I wanted a human answer, even if it was ugly. I found a phone number through a people search site, then cross-checked it with a business listing. Harold Vance owned a small contracting company. Roofing and repairs. It made sense. Someone who could keep an old cabin standing, fix a chimney patch, a roof. Someone who would know exactly what to ignore in a place like that. I stared at the number for a long time. Calling felt like stepping back onto that porch. But I couldn't stop myself. I dialed. It rang 5 times. Then a voice answered, male, older, tired. Vance, the voice said. I swallowed. Hi, I began, trying to sound normal. My name is, I stayed at a cabin you own up near. Who gave you this number? He cut in. His tone wasn't friendly. It wasn't curious. It was defensive, sharp, like a door being slammed. My stomach tightened. A friend of a friend, I said carefully. We rented the cabin last month. There was an incident. Silence. Then the man said, no, there wasn't. The certainty in his voice made my skin crawl. I'm sorry, I said. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, still flat. No one's had issues up there. I felt anger flare. We called 911, I said. Sheriff's office came. Detective Hollis. Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice had shifted slightly, less sharp, more controlled. Like he'd realized I wasn't some random scam caller. People get spooked in the woods, he said. They hear coyotes, they see shadows. They work themselves up. That cabin's old. It creaks. It's nothing. His words were the same shape as Johnny's downplaying, the same shape as my own rationalizing, and that made me angrier. This wasn't coyotes, I said. A man was inside the cabin. He held my brother at gunpoint. The line went quiet. For a moment I thought he'd hung up. Then Vance exhaled slowly, and I could hear the sound through the phone like someone sighing through their teeth. You boys were drinking? He asked. I laughed, harsh and humorless. You sound like the deputy, I said. No, we weren't. And the gun belonged to a missing man. Silence again. Then Vance said, softer now. You shouldn't be calling me. The hairs on my arms lifted. What I asked. You shouldn't be digging, he said. And there was something almost tired in his tone. Not guilt, not worry. Something like resignation. Whatever happened, it's done. It's not done, I said, and my voice cracked slightly. I got a photo in my cloud that's tagged to that area. My brother had evidence disappear from a drawer. Vance didn't respond to the specifics. He just repeated, "It's done." I gripped the phone harder. "Did you know about the loose window latch?" I demanded. A small pause. "I don't keep track of every latch," he said too quickly. "Someone got in through that window," I said. "There were no signs of forced entry on the front door. You've owned it for years. You're telling me you've never had issues?" Vance's breath came out hard. "I told you," he said. "No one's had issues." "Then why are you talking like this?" I snapped. "Why do you sound like you're reading from a script?" Silence. In that silence, I felt it, the shape of his fear. It wasn't my fear. It was older, familiar. The fear of someone who'd lived with something long enough that it became a rule. When Vance spoke again, his voice was low and dangerous. "Listen," he said. "I don't know what you think you saw, but you're home now. You're fine. Don't make this into more than it is." My throat tightened. "More than it is," I repeated. "A man disappeared. Your cabin was used as a trap." Vance's voice sharpened. "You should stop," he said. "Stop what I asked, even though I knew. Stop talking about it," he said. "Stop looking. Stop calling people. You want advice? Here's advice, let it go." The words hit me like cold water, because they weren't just advice. They were a boundary, a rule being enforced. I swallowed. Why, I asked quietly. Why should I let it go? A long pause. When Vance answered, his voice was barely above a whisper, like he didn't want his own house to hear him. "Because it likes it quiet," he said. My skin went cold. "What did you say?" I asked, heart hammering. Vance cleared his throat, and his voice snapped back into a harder register. "I said you're going to scare yourself," he said too fast. "That's what I said, but I'd heard the first version. It likes it quiet." My mouth went dry. "Who's it?" I asked. Vance's breath hitched. Then he said sharply, "Don't call me again." And the line went dead. I sat there in my dark apartment with the phone still at my ear, listening to the empty tone. My heart hammered. My palms were damp. Johnny's words echoed in my mind. "It doesn't want us dead. It wants us trained." Vance had sounded trained. He'd sounded like someone who'd repeated the rules enough times that they became automatic. I should have stopped there. A rational person would have shut the laptop, gone to bed, called Hollis in the morning, and let law enforcement handle it. But the call had done the opposite of calming me. It had lit a fuse. Because now I wasn't just scared of the intruder. I was scared of the way people spoke about it. The way they minimized, redirected, enforced silence. The way fear spread not just through stories, but through behavior. The next day I texted Johnny. I found the owner's name. I called him. Johnny replied an hour later, "Don't." 2 words like a hand grabbing my sleeve. I called him anyway. "What do you mean, don't?" I asked when he answered. Johnny's voice was tired. "I mean, don't," he said. "Stop poking it." "You heard what he said," I insisted. He sounded like he knew. "Or he sounded like an old man who's had weird renters," Johnny said. "Or he sounded like someone who doesn't want liability." "That's not what it was," I said. Johnny was quiet. Then he said low, "You're going to go back." It wasn't a question. I stared at my kitchen counter, at a dish towel folded too neatly, at the ordinary life I was supposed to protect. "I don't know," I lied. Johnny exhaled. "Don't take me with you," he said. "I wasn't going to." "I mean it," Johnny cut in. "I'm not stepping foot near that place again. I'm not driving into those mountains. I'm not giving it another chance to learn me." His voice cracked slightly on the last word. I swallowed hard. "I just want answers," I said. Answers don't live out there, Johnny replied quietly. Only rules. The call ended without resolution, the way so many of our calls had ended since Montana, but the idea had already rooted itself in me. Go back. Not to the cabin itself, not necessarily. Just back far enough to understand who owned it, who rented it, what had happened there before. Back enough to make the story make sense. Because living with a story that doesn't make sense is its own kind of trap. And at that point, I wasn't sure which was more dangerous, the thing in the woods, or the need inside me that kept pulling toward it like a compass needle finding north. 3 days later, I requested time off work. I told my boss it was a family matter. In a way, it was. I packed my car like I was going on a normal trip: snacks, water, extra phone charger, a small first aid kit. I threw in a cheap motel blanket. I bought a new flashlight from a hardware store because mine suddenly felt contaminated with memory. As I zipped my bag shut, I realized my hands were steady, not calm, determined. That frightened me more than shaking ever had, because it felt like the kind of determination you see in people right before they make a mistake they'll spend the rest of their life regretting. And still, I drove. Chapter 6. Going back without going back. I didn't drive straight to the cabin. I told myself that from the start, like it was a rule I could obey and stay sane. I wasn't going back to the dip between mountains. I wasn't going back to the porch boards. I wasn't going to stand on that step and stare at the tree line until my imagination filled it with shapes. I was just going back far enough to talk to the person who owned it. Just far enough for answers. The town nearest the cabin wasn't really a town. It was a knot of businesses along a highway: gas station, diner, feed store, a motel with a flickering sign. When I pulled off the road, my stomach tightened the way it had tightened in Spokane after the photo. A body remembers geography. I'd called Harold Vance again the day after our first phone conversation. He didn't answer. I left a message anyway, calm, and clipped the tone of someone who wasn't asking anymore. I'm in town. I'd like to speak in person. An hour later, he texted back a single-line: diner. Noon. Don't bring cops. I stared at the text until my eyes stung. Don't bring cops. Like this was a favor. Like law enforcement was a weapon you used only if you wanted to make things worse. I sat in my car outside the diner 10 minutes early, hands on the steering wheel, watching the entrance. The building looked exactly like every small-town diner in America: faded sign, big windows, curtains, with a pattern that had probably been chosen in the 80s and never changed. A couple trucks in the lot. A man in a ball cap smoking near the door. Ordinary. But my body didn't do ordinary anymore. My eyes scanned faces. My ears caught every door chime. My fingers twitched, wanting the comfort of a flashlight that made no sense in daylight. At noon on the dot, a dark pickup rolled into the lot and parked 2 spaces away from me. Harold Vance stepped out. He looked older in person than he'd sounded on the phone. Late 50s, maybe early 60s. Broad shoulders, but slightly slumped posture, like he carried weight that didn't come from work alone. He wore a worn canvas jacket and a cap pulled low. His face was weathered, but not in a rugged movie way, more like someone who'd spent too many years squinting at problems he couldn't fix. He glanced around the lot before walking toward the diner, and his eyes moved too fast, too practiced, like he'd done this kind of scan before. He pushed through the door and didn't look back. I waited a beat, then followed. The diner smelled like coffee and fryer oil and old vinyl. The fluorescent lights made everyone look slightly sick. There were a few locals at the counter, a couple families in booths, a waitress carrying plates like she'd been doing it since she was 16. Vance chose a booth in the back corner where he could see the entrance and the windows, a tactical choice disguised as preference. I slid into the seat across from him. He didn't offer his hand. He didn't say hello. He just stared at me for a long moment like he was trying to decide what kind of threat I was. "You alone?" he asked. "Yes," I said. His eyes flicked past me anyway, checking. A waitress came over with a pot of coffee. Vance ordered black. I said I didn't want anything. My mouth was too dry. The waitress poured the coffee, steaming, then walked away. Vance wrapped his hands around the mug like he needed the heat. His fingers were rough nails, short the hands of someone who'd built things, but they shook faintly when he lifted the mug to drink. "Why are you here?" he asked finally. I took a breath. "Because you own the cabin," I said, "and because someone was inside it." Vance's jaw tightened. "I told you on the phone." "You told me there were no issues," I cut in. The sharpness in my own voice surprised me. That was a lie. Vance's eyes narrowed. For a second, I thought he might stand up and walk out. Instead, he leaned back and exhaled slowly, as if he was tired of the performance. "People break into cabins," he said. "It happens." My stomach tightened. So it has happened. Vance held my gaze. Once he said, then added quickly, "Years ago." "Define break in," I said. He frowned like he didn't like the phrasing. "Kids," he said. "Idiots. Hunters. People looking for a place to sleep." "Did they stand in the trees and watch people on the trail?" I asked. Vance's eyes flicked away for half a second. That tiny movement, blink fast, felt like a crack. "I don't know what you think you saw," he said. I leaned forward, keeping my voice low. "My brother saw a man watching him," I said. "Then that man was inside the cabin, in the bedroom, with a gun." Vance's mouth tightened. He stared into his coffee like it held answers he didn't want to share. "The gun belonged to a missing man," I added. Vance's eyes lifted sharply, and for the first time I saw something raw in them. Not surprise. Recognition. "You talked to Hollis?" he asked. "Yes," I said. The missing man's name was Daniel Rourke. Vance's throat moved as he swallowed. His hands tightened around the mug. "I don't know anything about that," he said too quickly. I watched his face. Watched the way his eyes shifted like he was measuring each word before he let it out. "You told me not to make it into more than it is," I said. "You told me it likes it quiet. That's not something you say if you don't know anything." Vance's nostrils flared. He glanced toward the counter, then back at me. The diner's background noise, silverware clinking, low conversation suddenly felt too loud. "Watch your mouth," he said. I felt anger rise. "Why?" I asked. "You afraid someone will hear?" Vance leaned in, his voice dropping. "I'm afraid you don't understand the kind of trouble you're trying to drag into the light," he said. That sentence should have been nonsense. It should have been melodramatic. It wasn't. It sounded like a man repeating something he'd learned the hard way. "I understand enough," I said. "I understand someone went missing. I understand a man was inside your cabin waiting for us." Vance flinched at the word waiting. His eyes darted to the window like he expected to see someone standing in the glare. "I rent that place out maybe a few times a year," he said, voice tight. "Mostly to people I know, friends of friends. It's family property. We don't advertise it." "Why not?" I asked. Vance's jaw worked. "Because people don't respect things," he said. "They tear them up. They leave trash. He stopped, and the pause felt loaded. "They what?" I pressed. Vance's gaze returned to my face. His eyes were tired in a way that made me think of the intruder. Different kind of tired, but still a tired that comes from long nights. "They get curious," he said. My stomach tightened. curious about what Vance didn't answer directly. He took a sip of coffee and winced as if it was too hot or too bitter. Then he set the mug down carefully. "Look," he said, and his voice shifted into something that sounded practiced. "That cabin's old. It creaks. It sits in a dip sound carries funny. People go out there and spook themselves. They hear coyotes and think it's a person. They see shadows and think it's a face. That's just the woods." "You're repeating yourself," I said. Vance's eyes narrowed. "Because it's the truth." "No," I said quietly. "It's the version you can live with." For a moment, the air between us tightened. Vance's face twitched, something like anger, something like fear. He leaned forward again. "You want the truth?" he asked, and his voice dropped so low I almost didn't hear. "The truth is, people have been in that cabin when they weren't supposed to be." My pulse jumped. "So you have had issues," I said. Vance held up a hand palm down like he was smoothing the surface of water. "Not like what you're saying," he insisted, but his eyes didn't match his denial. "Not guns, not," he swallowed. "Not that." "But break-ins," I said. "People sleeping there." Vance's jaw tightened. Sometimes, he admitted. "And you still rent it out," I said, heat rising in my voice. "You still let people go out there." Vance's eyes flashed. "It's my family place," he snapped. "It's not a damn crime to have a cabin. It is if you know it's being used as a trap," I shot back. The word trap made something in Vance's face change. The color drained slightly from his cheeks. For the first time since we sat down, he looked less like a stubborn old man and more like someone cornered. "I didn't know," he said, but the words came out thin. "You knew enough to tell me not to talk," I said. "You knew enough to warn me." Vance stared at me, and in his eyes I saw the thing I'd suspected since the phone call. He wasn't only evasive, he was afraid. Afraid in the way someone is afraid when they've seen what happens to people who don't follow the rules. I softened my voice just a fraction because anger wasn't getting me answers. "Harold," I said, using his first name like it might make him human. "I'm not here to sue you. I'm not here to ruin your life. I'm here because something happened to us in that cabin, and it isn't letting go." Vance's eyes flicked down, then back up like he hated that I'd said it so plainly. "It's letting go," he said automatically. "No," I said. "It's not." Vance's hands tightened on the edge of the table. His knuckles whitened. Then he did something small that made my stomach drop. He looked at my sleeve. Not my face. My sleeve. His gaze locked onto the cuff of my jacket like he was seeing something there. What I asked instantly tense. Vance's eyes snapped back to mine too quick. Nothing he said. But his voice had shifted. The practiced tone cracked just for a second. "What did you see?" I pressed. Vance shook his head, jaw tight. I said nothing. "Harold," I said, more forceful. "What did you see?" His gaze flicked to the waitress behind the counter, then back, and he leaned in so close I could smell coffee on his breath. "You got anything orange on you?" he whispered. My skin went cold. What I said, barely able to breathe. His eyes stayed locked on mine. "Orange fiber," he said, and the words came out like a confession he hated. Like thread. Like my stomach lurched. "How do you know about that?" I whispered. Vance's lips pressed together. For a second, he looked like he might deny it, pretend it was a random guess. Then he said very quietly, "Because it gets caught on that nail." The diner noise fell away in my head, replaced by a ringing silence. The porch nail, the step, the thin orange fiber I'd pinched and watched float away. I stared at Vance, my throat closing. "You were there," I said, voice shaking. "You were at the cabin." Vance flinched. "No," he said too fast. "No." You just said the nail, I hissed. No one told you that. Vance's eyes darted around again. He looked trapped. It's been there forever, he muttered. I know my own cabin. But you knew about the fiber, I said. You knew it gets caught. That's not, my voice broke. That's not common knowledge. Vance's face tightened. The fear in him wasn't subtle now. It was visible like sweat under skin. He stared at his coffee mug and whispered almost to himself, You shouldn't have pulled it. My blood ran cold. What I asked. Vance's jaw clenched. He swallowed hard. Nothing he said, but the denial was weak. I leaned forward, heart hammering. Harold, I said, tell me what you know. Vance shook his head slowly, like the motion hurt. I don't know what you want me to say, he whispered. You knew about the orange fiber, I said. You knew about the nail. What else do you know? Vance's eyes lifted to mine again, and in them was something like resignation. Then he slipped again. A small sentence, a detail he couldn't have known unless he'd been close enough to hear it. Did your brother ever get the pump to start? He asked. My stomach dropped through the floor. The water pump, my hands went numb. How I started, but my voice failed. Vance's eyes widened slightly, like he realized what he'd just revealed. You said you didn't have issues, I whispered. You said it was just coyotes and shadows. But you know about the pump. Vance's throat worked. He looked like a man who'd stepped on a thin branch and felt it crack. I maintained the place, he said, and it was the weakest lie yet. I know the pump. No, I said, voice low and shaking. You know the pump because you know when it doesn't start. Vance stared at me, and in that stare, the last layer of denial peeled away. He wasn't just evasive. He was scared. Scared enough to meet me in a diner and beg for quiet. Scared enough to carry details in his head like rules. Scared enough that when he slipped, it wasn't to reveal a secret about property maintenance. It was to reveal the shape of the trap. I sat back slowly, my heart hammering. Vance leaned back too, as if distance might help. His hands shook, now visible. You need to go home, he said quietly, the words almost gentle. You need to stop digging. I stared at him, throat tight, and understood something I hadn't fully understood until that moment. Harold Vance didn't sound like a man worried about liability. He sounded like a man who'd been living with the same fear for years, a man who knew the rules well enough to repeat them without thinking, a man who wasn't trying to protect his cabin. He was trying to protect himself. And if he was that afraid, if the owner of the place was that practiced at lying, then the cabin wasn't just a location. It was an agreement. And Vance had been signing it for a long time. Chapter 6. Going back without going back. For a long minute after he mentioned the pump, neither of us spoke. The diner noise filled the space, forks, scraping plates, a laugh at the counter, the bell on the door as someone came in. Ordinary life, thick and stubborn. It made what had just happened feel unreal, like we were sitting in the wrong room, having the wrong conversation. Harold Vance stared at his coffee mug as if it could tell him what to do next. I watched his hands. They were shaking now, not from age, not from cold, from something inside him that had finally been touched. You know, I said quietly. You know about the things we noticed. Vance didn't deny it this time. He just closed his eyes for a second, like he was tired of holding his face together. You shouldn't be here, he whispered. You keep saying that, I said. My voice was steady, but my heart was doing something wild in my chest. Why, Vance opened his eyes and looked at me in a way that felt older than him, like he was looking past me at a line of other people who'd asked the same question. Because it turns into questions, he said. And questions turn into attention. The word attention landed wrong in my mouth, like something you'd say about a child or a dog. Attention from who I asked. Vance's gaze flicked instinctively toward the window, toward the bright day outside, like even daylight couldn't guarantee privacy. He leaned in, voice low enough that I had to tilt my head to hear. "You ever hear old folks talk about bear rules?" he asked. "Like don't run, don't play dead unless you know which kind, don't keep food in your tent." I swallowed. "Yeah, this is like that," he said. "Only it's not bears." My skin prickled. "You're talking about a thing like it's an animal," I said. Vance's mouth tightened. "I'm talking about it like it's something that learns," he replied. The phrase hit my ribs like a thumb pressing a bruise. Learns. I thought of the intruder's eyes, annoyed patient. I thought of the draft message on my phone, the photo's metadata, Johnny's missing strip of tape. Johnny's whisper came back. "It wants us trained." I forced my voice to stay calm. "Harold," I said, "tell me what your uncle told you." Vance flinched at the word uncle like it was a hook. He stared at the booth's worn vinyl seat for a moment. Then he shook his head. "No," he said quietly. "Why not?" I pressed. Vance looked up, eyes hard. "Because you'll do something stupid with it," he snapped. "You'll go back. You'll try to prove something. You'll talk to cops. You'll put it online. He cut himself off, breathing heavy. "And it'll get worse." My throat tightened. "It's already worse," I said. We left and it followed us home. It's in our habits. It's in our phones. It's shh. Vance hissed sharp. A man at the counter turned his head slightly, not fully listening, but aware of tension. Vance lowered his voice again. "Don't say it like that," he whispered. "Say what I asked." "Like it follows," he said, and his eyes flicked to the counter again. "Just don't." The way he said it wasn't superstition. It was enforcement. A rule spoken so often it became reflex. I stared at him, my stomach cold. "You've been living with this," I said. "Haven't you?" Vance didn't answer immediately. His jaw worked as if he was chewing something bitter. Finally, he said, "My uncle built that place." My pulse jumped. "Built it with my granddad," Vance said. "Back when there was nothing up there but trees, and the road wasn't even a real road." The diner's hum seemed to dim around us, my attention narrowing to his voice. "He used to take me up there when I was a kid," Vance continued. "Teach me how to split wood, how to clean a stovepipe, how to read weather, the kind of stuff that sounds like wholesome family crap." I swallowed, and Vance's eyes went dull for a second, like he'd turned inward. "And he taught me rules," he said. The word rules came out heavy. What kind of rules, I asked, though I already felt the answer gathering like storm clouds. Vance stared at me a long moment, as if measuring whether I could handle it. Then he looked down at his hands. "Rules that don't make sense unless you've been scared enough," he said quietly. My heart hammered. "Tell me," I said. Vance's lips pressed together. He looked like a man deciding whether to break a vow. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and steady, like a confession he didn't want to hear himself say. "Don't go outside after dusk," he said. The words were simple, but they hit me with the weight of memory, Johnny's late walk the trail, dimming the feeling of being watched. "That's one," Vance said. He drilled it into me. "If you need wood, you get it before dark. If you forgot something in the truck, it can wait. You don't step off that porch when the light's gone." "Why?" I asked. Vance's eyes flicked up. "Because after dark, you can't tell what's a person and what's a tree," he said. "And it knows that." My stomach clenched. "You just said it," I pointed out. Vance's jaw tightened. "Don't," he started, then stopped. He exhaled through his nose hard, as if he was losing patience with himself as much as with me. "That's the second rule," he said. instead voice sharper. If you hear someone call a name and it's wrong, my skin went cold. Wrong, I echoed. Vance nodded once. Wrong at the end, he said. Wrong on purpose. Like it wants you to correct it. A hot, cold wave ran through me. Johnny's confession flashed the whistle, my voice shape his name. And if it's wrong, I whispered, you don't answer. Vance's eyes locked on mine. You don't answer, he confirmed. You don't correct it. You don't even whisper back. Because once you answer, you've done what it wanted. What does it want, I asked, voice thin. Vance's mouth tightened. It wants you to give yourself away, he said. It wants you to step closer. It wants you to act. My fingers went numb. I forced myself to keep breathing. What else, I asked. Vance hesitated. Then he spoke again, and this time the words came out like something he'd said 1,000 times. Don't fix the back latch, he said. The sentence landed like a brick. I stared at him. What Vance's eyes stayed hard. My uncle said if the latch gets loose, you leave it loose, he said. If it breaks, you don't replace it. You don't nail it shut. You don't put a bar on it. That's insane, I said, and my voice rose slightly before I could stop it. That's why would you? Vance leaned in, eyes sharp. Because it's better if it opens there, he whispered. My stomach dropped. Better, I repeated. Vance nodded once, grim. Better if it opens in the back, he said, voice low. Not the front, not the door. I stared at him, unable to speak. In my mind, I saw the back bedroom window, the latch that wouldn't catch. I saw myself noticing it on arrival. Johnny shrugging. I saw the intruder standing in the bedroom with a gun like he'd entered quietly and waited. You're telling me I started, but my throat closed. Vance's voice stayed flat like he was reciting a prayer. My uncle used to say, if it wants to come in, it'll come in. The only thing you can choose is where. I felt nausea rise. That's not security, I said, voice shaking. That's surrender. Vance's eyes flicked toward the diner's windows again. He swallowed. It's survival, he said. I stared at him across the table. The diner's fluorescent lights made his skin look tired and gray, but what I saw in his eyes wasn't age, it was wear. The kind of wear you get from living in a place where safety is negotiated instead of guaranteed. You've been leaving the latch loose, I whispered. Vance's jaw clenched. I told you it's family property, he said. My uncle's rules are, they're just what we did. And you rent it out, I said, anger flaring again. You rent it out to people who don't know the rules. Vance's eyes flashed defensive. I rent it to people I trust, he snapped. To people who know how to behave in the woods. Behave. That word landed wrong. Behave how I asked. Vance's lips pressed together. Then almost reluctantly he said, quiet. The word slid into my chest like ice. Quiet, I repeated. Vance nodded. My uncle used to say the cabin isn't a fortress, he said. It's a place you keep calm. You don't make noise. You don't go looking. You don't chase shadows. You don't call out names. You don't dare it. He paused, and for the first time his voice sounded tired enough to be human. He used to say, you don't win by fighting. You win by staying small. My throat tightened. I thought of my own behavior since Montana, checking locks, deleting drafts, not telling friends, not warning coworkers too loudly. Staying small. You're describing training, I whispered. Vance's eyes narrowed. Call it what you want, he said, but it keeps you alive. Alive like Daniel Rourke, I asked, and my voice went cold. Vance flinched. Alive like the guy who owned the gun, I pressed. alive like the people who go missing. Vance's jaw tightened so hard I could see the muscles jump. "You don't know what happened to Rourke," he snapped. "No," I said, leaning in voice low. "But you do, don't you?" "Not the details. The shape, the pattern." Vance stared at me, and in that stare I felt something settle and understanding that scared me more than any supernatural idea. These rules weren't folklore. They were a system passed down like a family recipe. Not because it made sense, because people survived long enough to teach it. The quiet wasn't peace. It was compliance. A learned behavior reinforced by fear and repetition. And Vance had been maintaining that system the same way he maintained the cabin patching downplaying, renting it out carefully, keeping the latch loose, keeping the story small. I sat back, chest tight. "So the cabin wasn't meant to keep people out," I said slowly. Vance didn't answer, but his eyes told me I'd landed on something true. It was meant to control how people behave inside. I continued, voice shaking, to make them do the right rituals, to keep them quiet, to make them predictable. Vance's face hardened like he didn't want the thought spoken, but he didn't deny it. He just whispered almost angrily, "Don't say it like that." Because saying it like that made it sound like what it was, a haunting. Not a random break-in, a mechanism, a trap that doesn't need bars or chains, just human habits, just fear, just the urge to keep the night quiet. Vance stood abruptly, coffee sloshing slightly in his mug. The booth vinyl squeaked. "We're done," he said, voice rough. "Harold," I started. He pointed a finger at me, shaking slightly. "Go home," he said, "and do yourself a favor, stop talking about it. Stop trying to solve it. You can't." He turned to leave, then paused with his back to me. His shoulders rose and fell once. When he spoke again, his voice was so low it barely carried. "My uncle used to say," he whispered, "the worst thing you can do is act like you're the first person this happened to." Then he walked out of the diner and into the bright Montana day like a man escaping his own words. I stayed in the booth, hands clenched on the edge of the table, and felt something cold settle into place inside me. Because Harold Vance had just confirmed the thing I'd been most afraid to admit. That the cabin didn't become dangerous by accident. It had been managed that way, maintained. Not as a safe place, but as a place where fear could teach you how to live. Quietly, predictably, compliantly. And if those were the rules, then the real horror wasn't the man with the gun. It was how easily the rules had followed me home. Chapter 7. The cold ending. The storm came in like it had somewhere to be. You can always tell the difference between a normal rain and a storm that's going to take things personally. The air changes, first pressure dropping the smell of wet asphalt, sharpening the wind, turning restless in the trees that line my street. Then the sky goes that bruised gray that makes everything look older. By evening, Spokane was soaked. Cars hissed on slick roads. Porch lights reflected in puddles like dull coins. My apartment building creaked in the wind, the way all old buildings do, little shifting sounds that normally fade into the background. Except nothing faded into the background anymore. I'd spent the day in a kind of hollow trance, replaying Harold Vance's rules in my mind, like they were lyrics to a song I didn't want stuck in my head. Don't go out after dusk. Don't answer if a name is wrong. Don't fix the back latch. Better if it opens there. Rules that weren't about safety. Rules about behavior. By the time I got into bed, I was exhausted in the deep bone-level way that comes from living with your nervous system turned up too high for too long. My body felt heavy. My thoughts felt thick and slow. I told myself I was going to sleep through the storm like a normal person. I locked the deadbolt, checked it again. Then I put my phone face down on the nightstand. Not because I was being healthy, because the glow felt like bait. The rain tapped against my window. The wind pushed at the building. Somewhere in the hall, a pipe ticked softly, then quieted. The refrigerator hum in the kitchen was steady. I lay on my back and stared at the ceiling until my eyelids grew heavy. Sleep came in pieces, but it came. And then hours later, I woke up. Not to a sound. Before the sound. That was the part that chilled me most when I thought about it afterward. My eyes opened into darkness, my heart already climbing my body, already rigid, as if something inside me had set an alarm. I didn't know the time yet. I didn't need to. My skin was damp, sweat along my spine, my mouth dry, my breath shallow. The storm was still going. Rain on the window, wind in the eaves. But underneath those broad noises, the building's interior quiet felt too clean, too prepared. I lay still and listened the way I'd learned to. Not for footsteps, not for voices. For the small mechanical language of a place, the refrigerator cycling the heat, kicking on the pipes, answering. The power flickered. It wasn't a full outage. Just a brief dimming, my alarm clock's display blinked, the faint hallway nightlight in my room stuttered, the building's hum dipped and returned. A second later, somewhere deep in the walls, I heard a click. Not loud, not dramatic. A small, precise click, like a relay switching, like something trying to start. My throat tightened. I didn't move. I didn't check the clock. I didn't reach for my phone. Because in that moment, the part of me that still lived in Montana understood something. If I made noise, if I shifted, if I reacted, I would be confirming I'd heard it. And confirmation had become a kind of payment. The storm pressed against the building. The power steadied again. The rain kept tapping the glass like it was counting. Then it came. Tap. Soft. Close. Not from the window. Not from outside the apartment. Not from the hallway beyond my door, from inside. From somewhere in the room or in the wall beside it, a single careful tap. My heart slammed once hard enough that I felt it in my throat. I held my breath. Tap. Again. Same spot. Same pressure. Not random. Not the settling groan of wood. Not a pipe popping. It sounded like something touching the wall with intent, then waiting. My hand twitched beneath the blanket instinct, wanting to reach for the flashlight on the nightstand, for the phone, for anything that could turn the darkness into something manageable. I didn't. I lay perfectly still. The rules Harold Vance had described weren't written on paper, but they were written in my muscles now. Don't go looking. Don't answer. Don't invite it. The tap didn't come again immediately. There was silence long enough for my mind to start filling the space with images, a knuckle against drywall, a fingernail, the edge of something tapping to test me. I stared into the dark eyes, straining, but there was nothing to see. The storm had eaten whatever light normally seeped through my blinds. My phone sat face down on the nightstand like a dead animal. I didn't flip it over. I didn't want to see the time. Because if the time matched the pattern, if it was 2:13 or 2:41 or 4:07, then the pattern would become a story, and stories demand action, and action was the trap. I listened instead. The building remained quiet. The rain remained steady. The wind remained restless. And then, as if my body couldn't tolerate stillness without some movement, I wiped my palm across my forehead to clear sweat. My fingers came away slightly damp, and something else. A tiny drag like catching lint. I lifted my hand toward my face, squinting in the dark. My eyes adjusted slowly. On the tip of my index finger, barely visible against my skin, was a thin strand. Orange. bright even in low light, like a warning line. My stomach turned so fast I felt dizzy. I held my finger, still afraid to move, afraid the strand would float away and I'd lose the only proof I wasn't imagining it. It clung to me light as a hair, a synthetic fiber, the same kind that had snagged on the porch nail in Montana, the same kind I'd found in my hoodie cuff and thrown away, the same color that showed up in search party vests and safety tape and cheap rope, orange, the color of warning. My chest tightened until breathing hurt. I wanted to turn on the lamp. I wanted to sit up and search my sheets, my pillow, my clothes, the air around me. I wanted to rip the room apart until I found the source. Instead, I lowered my hand slowly, keeping the fiber on my fingertip, like it might vanish if I breathed too hard. The tap didn't return. The silence after it grew heavier, as if the room was listening to my breathing. I realized something then, something cold and humiliating. I was behaving exactly the way the cabin had taught me to behave. Still, quiet, compliant. I didn't call Johnny. I didn't call the police. I didn't even turn my phone over to check the time. I lay there with an orange fiber on my fingertip and did nothing because doing nothing felt like the only safe move. After a while, minutes, maybe an hour, time becomes meaningless when you're afraid. My eyes grew gritty. The storm noise became white. My body's tension started to melt into exhaustion. My finger lowered onto the sheet. The orange fiber stuck to the fabric and disappeared into the weave as if it had never been there. My stomach twisted with the urge to find it again, but I didn't move. I didn't want to feed the loop. Eventually, my eyes closed. Not because I felt safe, because my body shut down like a machine overheating, forced into rest. The last thought I had before sleep took me was simple and bleak. I had become the kind of person who could feel something wrong in his own bed and choose silence anyway. And in that choice, lying still, phone face down, not checking, not calling, I understood what Harold Vance had meant by quiet. Quiet wasn't peace. Quiet was behavior. Quiet was the thing you learn when you realize the danger doesn't need to break the door down. It just needs you to stay in bed and let the night keep its secrets. Chapter 7. The Cold Ending. The storm passed by morning, leaving the city washed clean and sharp-edged. Everything outside my window looked newly scrubbed, wet streets, gleaming trees, shaking off water, the sky a pale, exhausted blue. The kind of morning that makes you think night was just weather, just noise, just a dream you can laugh about with coffee in your hand. I moved through my apartment like a man avoiding a room where something bad happened. I made coffee. I ate toast I couldn't taste. I stood in the bathroom and watched water run from the faucet and listened too hard, waiting to hear something not start. The plumbing answered normally. The building hummed. No taps, no clicks, no sudden drafts on my skin. In daylight, the orange fiber felt like a hallucination. I checked my sheets anyway, pretending I was just straightening them. I ran my palm over the fabric, searched for the tiny bright line. Nothing. I told myself it had been lint. I told myself I'd imagined the color. I told myself every lie that might keep my life intact. And then I went to work. The office smelled like printer toner and stale coffee, the safe scent of routine. People complained about the storm flickering power-downed branches, traffic. Someone joked about building an ark. Another coworker asked if I'd watched the game last night. I nodded at the right times. I smiled when people smiled. I did my job. But all morning, I felt like I had a thin wire under my skin pulled tight. My body stayed slightly braced, as if something might tap the wall in the middle of a meeting. At lunch, I went to a deli near the office and chose a seat that faced the entrance without thinking. I sat down, unwrapped my sandwich, and stared at the door until I realized I'd been doing it for a full minute. A woman in line laughed loudly at something her friend said, and the sound made me flinch. I covered it with a cough. This was my new normal. Not fear, not panic, a constant, quiet calibration. That afternoon, my boss sent an email, "Welcome our new hire, Alex Grant." There was a little team intro scheduled in the conference room at 3 p.m. The kind of small office ritual where everyone pretends to be friendly while thinking about their own workload. At 2:58, people started trickling into the room with paper cups of coffee and polite faces. I took a seat near the back, angled so I could see the door. A habit disguised as comfort. Alex arrived with my boss, smiling too brightly, carrying a laptop bag that still had retail tags on it. He looked like someone who'd just moved to the area, clean haircut, new boots, that open expression people have before the world teaches them caution. He shook hands around the room, introduced himself, said he'd come from out east, said he loved hiking and being outdoors, said he was excited to explore the Northwest. People nodded, smiled, offered recommendations. You should do Mount Rainier. You should check out North Cascades. You should go to Glacier if you ever get the chance. Glacier. The word made my stomach tighten. Alex laughed and said, "Funny you mention that. I'm actually planning a trip. Montana, maybe. I've been watching all these videos about cabins in the woods." A few people chuckled. My boss smiled. "Just be careful of bears." The room laughed again, the safe kind of laughter people share around dangers they don't believe will touch them. Alex looked at me across the table for some reason. Maybe because I didn't laugh. Maybe because my face did something it couldn't hide. He tilted his head, friendly. "You look like you've done it," he said. "Montana, I mean." My throat tightened. The room felt suddenly warmer, smaller. A dozen faces turned toward me with mild interest. This was the moment. This was the exact moment you fantasize about afterward, the moment where you get to be the person who says, "Don't. Don't go. Listen to me." Because I had a story. I had a warning. I had the kind of knowledge that could save someone's life. And for one heartbeat, my mouth opened to tell the truth. "Yeah," I said, and my voice sounded normal, which startled me. I stayed in a cabin out there once." Alex's eyes brightened. "No way. Where?" A simple question. Where? My mind flashed images like camera cuts, the dip between mountains, the porch boards, the loose latch, Johnny kneeling in the corner, the click, the scream, the missing man's gun, the rules. I felt my chest tighten. I could feel the warning rising in me, urgent and hot. Don't go out after dusk. Don't answer a wrong name. Don't trust the locks. Don't, I swallowed. The room waited. Alex waited, smiling. And then something happened inside me that I didn't recognize at first. My fear didn't push me to speak louder. It pushed me to soften. A voice that sounded like mine, calm, casual, practical, slid into place and made the decision before I could argue. "It's beautiful," I heard myself say. "But honestly, it's not worth the hassle." Alex blinked. "The hassle," I nodded too smoothly. "Yeah," I said. "Long drive, spotty service, weather changes fast. If you're going to do Montana, I'd pick something more established. A lodge, a town nearby. Easier." The words came out like advice. Reasonable advice, safe advice. I could feel the truth behind my teeth, pushing, trying to turn the sentence into a warning. But my mouth kept producing the smaller version. Alex chuckled. "Good point. I was thinking about renting some off-grid cabin, the no neighbors, just trees vibe." I felt my heart thud once hard. The old image of the man between trunks flashed in my head. Just trees. Just I forced a smile. Off-grid sounds cool, I said lightly like an idiot. But it gets old quick when your phone doesn't work and you're worried about bears. There it was again. Bears, the safe villain. The harmless explanation everyone accepts. My boss laughed and said, "See, even he says bears." The room chuckled, conversation moving on. Alex nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah," he said. "Maybe I'll do something more. Normal." Normal, a word that used to mean boring. Now it meant survivable. The meeting ended. People filed out. Alex stayed behind to pack his laptop, still smiling, still open. I stood up, slowly, stomach sour. As I walked out of the conference room, Alex caught up to me in the hallway. "Hey," he said friendly. "Seriously, if you have any trail wrecks, let me know. I'm trying to plan a trip that's like real wilderness, you know. The kind of place where it's quiet. Quiet." The word hit my chest like a fist. My mouth went dry. I looked at him, this new person in my orbit. This guy who had no idea what he was asking for, who thought quiet meant peace, not compliance. I could have stopped right there and told him the truth. I could have said quiet isn't what you think it is. I could have said, if you hear your name wrong in the woods, don't answer. I could have said some cabins aren't rentals, they're traps that train you. Instead, I heard myself do it again. The redirect, the softening, the passing of a boundary like it was casual advice. "Honestly," I said, voice easy, "pick somewhere else. Washington has better spots. Montana's overrated." Alex laughed. "Overrated, huh?" "Yeah," I said. "Not worth it." He nodded, satisfied, and walked away down the hall with his backpack bouncing lightly. I stood there alone for a moment, staring after him. My chest felt tight, not from fear now, but from something colder. Because I realized I hadn't warned him. Not really. I hadn't said a man was inside my cabin. I hadn't said my brother knelt in a corner to save me. I hadn't said the gun belonged to someone who vanished. I hadn't said it learned our habits and followed us home through silence and drafts and photos. I'd said not worth it. Like I was talking about a bad restaurant. Like the danger was inconvenience. The realization came slow and sick. I wasn't protecting Alex. I was protecting the rule. I was doing what Harold Vance had done in that diner, redirecting, minimizing, smoothing the story into something that didn't provoke questions. Because questions turned into attention. Because attention turned into more. My skin prickled. I thought about the way my thumb had deleted the draft message without thinking. The way I'd thrown away the orange fiber. The way Johnny had kept his scrap like a receipt until it disappeared. Automatic behavior. Trained behavior. In the conference room, surrounded by people and fluorescent lights, I'd done it too. I'd chosen the version of the story that kept things quiet. Not out of kindness, out of conditioning. I walked back to my desk and sat down. My hands hovered over my keyboard, useless. On my screen, the day's work waited, emails, tasks, deadlines, the safe boredom of normal life. But my mind was somewhere else, fixed on that small moment in the hallway. Because that moment was the true horror. Not the man with the gun, not the cabin, not even the missing person case. The true horror was how easy it had been to become the kind of person who doesn't warn. How easy it had been to pass the boundary forward. How quickly my mouth had learned to say the same thing Vance had tried to teach me: pick somewhere else. Don't go looking. Keep it quiet. I stared at my hands, at the clean skin under office light, and felt something inside me settle into a cold, certain shape. The system didn't need to follow me home with footsteps. It only needed to make sure I carried the rule into the next person's life. And I had. Chapter 7. The cold ending. I drove home that evening in the kind of tired that makes the world feel slightly unreal. Not sleepy tired. Not the clean exhaustion you get after a workout. This was the drained, hollow tired that comes from spending the whole day pretending you're normal in front of people who still are. From choosing words carefully. From swallowing warnings. The sky had gone the color of wet concrete again, and the air smelled like old rain even though the storm had moved on. Streetlights clicked on early, headlights smeared on damp pavement. The city looked clean and cold. I took the long way home without thinking surface streets instead of the freeway, because the freeway felt too exposed, too fast, too loud. Surface streets gave me the illusion of control. More turns, more exits, more chances to change my mind. As I drove, I kept replaying the hallway conversation with Alex, the new hire, like it was a scene I'd failed on purpose. Pick somewhere else. Not worth it. I'd said it with the same easy tone Harold Vance had used in the diner, the same tone people use when they're trying to keep a story small enough to swallow. It bothered me more than any tap in the night, because it meant the cabin had taught me something that worked in daylight too. The road out of the industrial area curved toward a stretch of trees, one of those thin green belts the city leaves between neighborhoods and highways. It wasn't wilderness. It was a managed strip bordered by chain-link fence in places with graffiti on the concrete supports beneath an overpass. Still trees at dusk do the same thing everywhere. They create depth your eyes can't measure. The traffic thinned. My windshield wipers squeaked once against the damp glass and then settled back into their rhythm. My phone sat face down in the cup holder where I'd learned to keep it, as if it couldn't surprise me if it couldn't watch me. A car behind me changed lanes, and the sound of tires on wet road made my shoulders tighten. I exhaled slowly and forced my grip on the wheel to loosen. That's when I saw it. On the right shoulder, just past a curve where the streetlight didn't reach fully, there was a shape. Tall, pale, vertical, standing at the edge of the tree line as if it belonged there. It wasn't moving, not pacing, not shifting, not turning its head, just standing. The same stillness Johnny had described, the same stillness that had turned the woods into a stage with a single actor. For a second, my brain tried to make it something else. A signpost, a utility marker, a person waiting for a ride. But the shape was too clean for a sign and too motionless for a person in normal life. No phone glow, no fidget, no slump from cold. And it was facing the trees, not the road. Like it was watching the forest instead of watching for cars. My heart did a slow, heavy drop. I didn't hit the brakes. I didn't swerve. I didn't even turn my head fully to look. Because looking is a kind of participation. That's another rule you learn without anyone teaching it. If you stare, you confirm it matters. If you react, you prove it reached you. So I did what my body had learned to do since Montana. I kept driving. The streetlight flashed over the pale vertical shape as I passed, brightening it for a fraction of a second. I saw no face, no details. Just the suggestion of length, like a person stretched too tall, too thin. Then it was behind me. I stared at the road ahead, jaw-tight hands locked on the wheel. My mouth tasted like metal. Every nerve in me screamed to look in the rearview mirror, to check, to confirm, to see if it moved. I didn't. I drove on, eyes fixed forward, as if the road itself could protect me from what existed just outside my peripheral vision. A few blocks later, my phone buzzed. The vibration was small, normal, a notification. I felt my stomach tighten anyway. I told myself it was an email, a weather alert, a text from Johnny, something harmless. The phone buzzed again a little longer, like it was insisting. My thumb moved before my mind decided. I flipped the phone over at the next red light. No new text. No missed call. Just a banner from my messaging app draft saved. My throat tightened. I tapped it. The message app opened to a blank conversation, no recipient selected. The compose field was filled with a sentence. 4 words. I brought him. My skin went cold. I stared at it, and for a moment I felt that same sick dissonance. The words looked like mine. The phrasing was mine. The bluntness was mine. But I had not typed them. I hadn't even touched my phone except to flip it over. The red light glowed. Cars idled around me. Someone in the lane next to me glanced over, bored, waiting for the light to change. The world was normal. My screen was not. I didn't take a screenshot. I didn't call Johnny. I didn't even sit there and argue with myself about what it meant. I deleted it. My thumb moved with a smooth, practiced efficiency highlight, backspace clear. The words vanished as easily as they had the last time. By the time the light turned green, the draft field was empty. My hand set the phone face down again, like that was the natural end of the action. I drove. And as I drove, the cold truth settled into me with horrible clarity, not as a sudden revelation, but as something my body had known for weeks. This wasn't about a man in the woods. It wasn't even about the cabin anymore. It was about behavior, about how quickly fear trains you to do certain things, to lock your doors twice, to face the exit, to keep your phone face down, to delete what shouldn't exist, to soften your story so other people don't ask questions, to redirect instead of warn. That's what Harold Vance had been doing. That's what Johnny had done when he lied about waiting. That's what I'd done when I told Alex Montana was overrated. And that's what I'd done just now, deleting the draft, without saving it, without thinking, without leaving proof. Like a reflex, like obedience. I reached my street, turned into my lot, parked. The building's porch light was on, casting a soft pool of yellow on wet concrete. My apartment looked safe from the outside, normal windows, normal door, normal life contained in a rectangle. I sat in the car with the engine off, hands still on the wheel, listening to the quiet. No tapping, no clicks. Just distant traffic and the faint hiss of wind in the trees lining the road. I realized then that I'd spent months living as if something was following me, as if the danger had legs and distance mattered. But the real trap wasn't a thing that trailed behind me through forests and city streets. The real trap was simpler. It never needed to follow me. It only needed to teach me the rule. Teach me to live smaller, quieter, more careful, more compliant. Teach me to erase evidence and soften warnings and keep the story contained. Because once I learned that, once it got me to behave the way it wanted, then I would do the rest on my own. I would keep the system alive by passing the boundary forward, by telling the next person not worth it, by keeping my mouth shut when I should speak, by driving past the pale shape on the roadside shoulder without looking back, by deleting the message written in my voice as if that was normal. I sat there until my hands stopped shaking. Then I got out of the car, walked to my door, and unlocked it. Inside, the air smelled like my Life laundry detergent, stale coffee, the faint scent of soap. I locked the deadbolt behind me. I checked it twice. And I didn't tell anyone about the thing on the roadside. Not Johnny, not the police, not Alex, no one. Because I understood the last, ugliest truth of all. I didn't delete it because I didn't want proof. I deleted it because I knew it liked when I complied.